Greetings and welcome to GatherVerse Summit 2025, Day 2. We're coming off the heels of an extraordinary Day 1. There was so much expressed and there was a lot to unpack, similar to today. We're afforded this opportunity to meet you and greet each of you, some for the first time, and perhaps those that have been with us for 29 global virtual summits that we've held. We meet at the intersection of emerging technologies and humanity. With an extraordinary focus on accessibility and education, community development, equality, safety, privacy, wellness, ethics, compassion, care. I was reminded this morning when I woke up that the very week that we started GatherVerse was the week of the Ukraine war invasion. Why did these things happen? None of us completely and fully know why, but they have. Ukraine, a whole entire city, country, location, one of the biggest and greatest destinations for technology in the world. I remember concluding our fourth day, which is our first GatherVerse Summit, and seeing this take flight. If that didn't justify the need for GatherVerse and the express need to keep humanity in the center of all of our innovations and the things that we innovate for, and moreover, for human betterment, for care and compassion and wellness, then I don't know what did. We've been able to make it this far together, to express and to explore and to assemble leaders from around the world, even today. We only have a little bit of time to do it. We gather transmetropolitan and transcontinental around the world, and we're so happy to once again see everybody that's come to assemble at GatherVerse.live and various other social streams and destinations that are restreaming and broadcasting from your homes and from your offices and perhaps even from cafes. It's not unheard of. But more so, what makes this so important at this particular time, there's never been a more important time to have these discussions at the intersection of emerging technologies and humanity. Why? Because we've never had more interaction with machines than we have today. And these machines speak back to us. And soon these machines will believe that they also have a disposition. They can see, they can listen, they can express through concatenative means, extended chain of thought reasoning models, and more. Sure, we know about agentics, that's today, but what's tomorrow? What does this all mean in this great transition that we find ourselves in business? Well, today we're about to find out just that much more. This isn't the panacea of all solutions for all things to come when it comes to humane considerations for technology. But this is a terrific start. We gather with you with a humble heart and knowing that every voice matters, every heart matters, and they have a place to belong here at GatherVerse. Lastly, I'll leave you with this, that here with GatherVerse, we've come to appreciate that our identity, because every organization in the world has one, if you will, but our identity and our capabilities, if you will, of what we've been able to produce, it cannot happen without each of you, because so much of what we are is centered in human centricity and community. Without community, we have no GatherVerse. And as it is in seeing today that there's so many of you that still support this mission, this cause, and I feel like we've barely just begun. And now it's time for our next roundtable. Share this with a friend, take a screenshot, tell somebody. GatherVerse.live, Summit 2025, Day 2 is on. And it's all the way up. May our gather be well.
Hello and greetings. My name is Lingitao. This is GatherVerse Summit Day 2, and I'm happy to kick off with the first panel of the day titled Global Wellbeing Technologies' Role in Supporting Mental, Physical, and Financial Health. With me is a list of expert leaders who are going to help me demystify this topic, and I am so very excited. Thank you, Christopher Lafayette, for such a wonderful introduction. And for you, my panelists, I ask you to introduce yourselves. I ask you to be brief Tell us who you are and why you are here. And I will begin with you, Miriam, and I will pass it all the way and conclude the introductions with Key Jones. Miriam, over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here. My name is Miriam Jacobson. I am a functional medicine dietitian. I support individuals in their health journeys to help them uncover the root of their health conditions and to really help them find sustainable solutions. And then I also support corporations and teams to support their employees towards better health.
Wow, we're happy to have you.
Thank you.
Ami, over to you. Ami? Okay, okay.
Sorry. I work with clients in a new way to look at marketing in a natural and organics industry. I'm here because I believe technology and humanity go hand in hand, and I support the mission of GatherVerse.
Wow, we're happy to have you. Sam, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. I am the founder and creator of Connect More and creator of the Human Code, which is to help technology leaders and parents like me in a digital age simplify our communication and authentically connect with each other better. I'm excited because this aligns completely with my life word of synergy, integrating technology and humanity. Thank you.
Oh, wow. We welcome you. Sophia, over to you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sophia, Westrich by marriage, Lozano by birth. I'm honored to be here. Thank you, Christopher, Lynn, and the entire GatherVerse team for the opportunity. I've worked in advertising technology for a decade, driving growth in data analytics, sales operations, and strategy. I believe in the importance of making an impact at the intersection of technology and humanity. So I've co-founded an organization called Advanced Women, and we're here to make an impact for advocating for women at every field and every level of their careers who are passionate about pushing boundaries, achieving meaningful growth, and amplifying their voices.
Thank you for joining us. Rachel? Okay, you're muted. Kindly unmute.
That would probably be helpful. I was using the technology of ESP. I just don't know if the internet has caught up with us yet. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rachel Ann, and I'm the founder of the Menopause Education Center. Menopausal women are the fastest growing workplace demographic in the United States. And it's very, very important that companies and women have access to tools that can really help them thrive during this time in their life. And while technology can play a big role in that through online courses and apps that help you manage your body and your health, there's a human aspect that needs to be included. There's feelings that need to be included. So this is a very important intersection of where technology and humanity meet. Especially given that every woman on the planet who was biologically born a woman is going to experience this change. And it's something to be talked about, paid attention to, affects families, businesses, everywhere that they live. So
I agree. We look forward to learning more of that. That is very, very interesting. Lomar, talk to us.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bernice. I'm the founder of Loman Creative Services, where we support small businesses, nonprofits, and faith communities. We help them navigate and thrive with technology. I'm here as a voice for those communities, as well as just to support GatherVerse, the vision. I love it. I'm 100% in support of technology and humanity, and this is why I'm here to add to this conversation today. So thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining us. Key Jones. Yeah, kindly unmute. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Key. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Black Girl AI, but I'm also the founder of Reset, which is an organization that helps women overcome and defeat trauma in so many more ways than one. I can always get into that at a later time. But I am here because on this panel, everything goes hand in hand with what I do on an everyday basis. And I just love being on the GatherVerse panels because there's always great networking and learning from others. You learn something new every day, you know? You don't know everything. And it's just always great to just network and get to know others. So I'm here. Thanks for having me.
All right, we're very happy to have you here. Dear audience, this is our panelist for today, day one, first panel. And dear panelists, shall we begin?
Let's do it.
Okay. Let's do it. Let's go. So I will start with you, Amy. I wanted to put this to you. When we're talking about mental health and technology, we're seeing a very big trend of mental health. It has been doing the rounds. And here we are in an era where technology is accelerating so fast. How can you match those two? So the question is, how is technology improving access to mental health? And anyone can chime in on this. But Ami, I want to hear your opinions first.
First and foremost, it's giving people with mental health wider access to doctors. In my case, I do websites and I help with ADA access and things like that. But I have a client who actually created a card deck to help people who go nonverbal. And her card deck is going global. So it's not just allowing better access to doctors, but it's allowing better collaboration and better ability for people in positions who are dealing with something to help others in new and unique ways that hadn't been thought of before. Really proud of her. She's put a lot of work into it, but her card decks are actually in homes for women who have been suffered from domestic violence or any other type of violence as well. So the amount of, at the end, but the bottom line is at the end of the day, it's giving us more, it's bringing mental health out of the closet. It's allowing us in a space to actually talk about it and help those who suffer, because they don't need to be shut away. We need to be able to support them and learn to work with them.
Yes, and that's very important, giving them a voice. It's not time to shut that voice where they say they want to express themselves. Sophia, I see you agreeing to that. Do you want to add something to that, if you may?
Sure, of course. That was wonderful. What a wonderful example. I think, in general, it really helps us overcome geographic and social barriers. So having telehealth and teletherapy access available across the globe to people who need it at a lower cost, so it becomes more affordable, I think is really what technology has allowed us to do.
Yeah, and speaking of affordability, I think it goes in line with accessibility. And I want to pass this to you, Miriam. What advancements are making physical wellness more widely accessible, considering all the parts of the world, even the rural? Yeah, and anyone can chime in on that as well.
Yeah, I think that there are so many different resources and tools that are available to us now. The first thing I think of is what, what caught on during the pandemic was, these online fitness communities and these online like niche health communities. And it's really allowing people to bring, practices into their home instead of spending 2 hours going to the gym. They can do a 20-minute class at home. So in terms of like physical fitness, I think that is the first thing that I think of. But I also see a lot of people having more access to information about their health. I think that people have been really struggling for so long and have been gaslit by their providers so much. And what I see now, especially with, social media and more doctors and more providers being able to provide education, like patients are better informed of like what questions to ask and also what symptoms might not necessarily be normal. Like we all experience some symptoms that are common, but certain things that, we don't need to settle for, and that they might not be hearing from their personal doctors, but there is so much information available. And so to inspire people to seek second opinions. And I think that there's just so much here. I think that there's online niche communities to empower patients as well. I see this in terms of like digestive health communities that my patients are able to be a part of. And then even like I'm a breast cancer survivor, right? So even as a personal, as a patient myself, right? I'm a provider, but I'm also a patient. And for me, like I know that I was having complications from some surgeries that I had, and my doctors told me that I wasn't in pain, that I wasn't having problems, like I was completely gaslit. And I found these like amazing mastectomy influencers online. Like who would have thought there's mastectomy influencers online, right? But I found these amazing women who empowered me to find different solutions, to reach out to different surgeons. And so I think that there is so much power that we can harness from technology. Mm-hmm.
I
I
totally
agree. Can I say something as well?
Yes.
I agree with what she mentioned about the faith communities and how she mentioned about Miriam mentioned about the faith communities specifically around the pandemic time. And it was a couple of years ago where I um, personally have got a coach through VR, virtual reality. Speaking of technology, I've seen the rise of fitness communities through virtual reality where I don't have to go to the traditional gym setting. I can have physical fitness and monitor my health with my physical performances through a virtual VR headset. And so I've got involved with health communities through virtual reality where I'm in my home and I can change my environment to now I'm working out, I'm doing boxes, I'm doing squats, but it looks like I am in New York. And so I believe with the rises of technology, it's allowing us to be immersed in immersed environments and have a really great time with working out versus I'm spending money on gas or versus me having to have a traditional fitness wear. Okay, there's a cost as well, and this is what technology has afforded us to do to save some costs with even fitness and just having the technology of just virtual reality to help as well. I've seen that, and I've seen the growth with that as technology is evolving.
Wow, that is very insightful. Rachel, please go. Add your value to.
So one
Yes.
of the industries where the gaslighting and the misinformation is most common is actually in treating menopause in women. Doctors have admitted this. It is public knowledge that they talk about how we know a lot about puberty, we know a lot about fertility, and then after that, no one has any idea what's going on in a woman's body. 9 times out of 10, not even the woman herself. So education and being able to go to your doctor as a woman going through perimenopause or menopause and knowing what questions to ask and not accepting a doctor telling you, you're fine, it's aging, get used to it, deal with it. So what's happening to women in the healthcare system, especially around menopause, is just the word I want to use is disgusting, but I know that's not the word, but I can't find another sentiment that talks about what it's like, even in my own experience with my doctor. Did not want to test my hormones, did not want to give me a bone density test so I can understood my baseline. And I'm an aggressive woman, so I had to fight. And I'm on a PPO. So I was like, just order these tests. So for women that are in managed health care or company managed health plans that don't have the way to advocate for themselves, getting proper care for menopause and perimenopause is really, really difficult. Unless, of course, you see a doctor who specializes in women's health issues. And even doctors will admit that this is not part of their continuing education. All of these things are starting to change in Washington. So having technology be able to teach women about their own bodies, so when they go to the doctor, they feel educated and empowered, is life-changing.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And what you've all shared is just so intriguing and something worth following up with. And what you've mentioned, Rachel, about women's health, not only women in their menopause and women at all ages. We're seeing that trend of gaslighting. You go with the symptom and someone just downplays it, or your physician just downplays it. And it's not good. But when we have technology and we can share with each other, there are so many apps out there for women's health. I have seen them, I have tried them, where women just share their own experiences. And we also get other people who are willing to work with us in this journey. So I really agree on that part of technology, which brings me to the financial aspect. And I want to put this to you, Sam. How does technology help individuals strengthen their financial stability?
Oh, thank you. I think, one point I'll say about financial stability is I think I don't have the statistics with me handy, but if you ask most people what was one of the highest stressors in their life, and they're going to typically respond financials, right? And I think that again integrates so much into when we talk about the intersection or integrating the whole human, right? Our mind, our mental wellness, our physical wellness, our financial wellness, the whole spectrum, right? The entire ecosystem of it. And I think for me, I've seen a great increase in tools that are available. Technology is providing the tools and the financial tool set, right? Whether it's the apps or it's, it can be basic suite of products of Excel for budgeting, money management, and now with crypto, like just getting on and gathering with others to be seen, be heard, be understood, and the safe space to ask questions, because it's going into this whole financial realm of the unknown, right? And the unknown can be a bit scary or fearful, and we're learning and grow as we grow. So I think there's a great opportunity for gathering with that. And I know as a parent, it wasn't available for my children, but I've seen a lot of great apps that are being developed to help with money management. I think one of them, green light, maybe that might be it.
Mhm.
I just think I think it's just great that we're encouraging that kind of development. At the same time, I'd like to say there's a disclaimer. I often say we're only as good as our data when it comes to stuff like this. So,
Yes.
a big factor.
I would also like to. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, please do take it on.
I also want to add, in addition to apps becoming more available for financial management, there's also a lot of really good information and access to information being passed around. So as someone who personally, over the last couple of years has had to work out of tens of thousands of dollars of debt, having the ability to improve my financial literacy just through influencers and finding people on social media. There's a lot of good information out there and a lot of bad information out there. So you kind of have to use your best judgment and sift through it. But to be able to say that I paid that off because I had access to information that wealthy and well-off people didn't necessarily want democratized, in past generations, and having that, now not only as the first step, but now on the trajectory of having a 401k set up and having, a retirement plan in action that I wouldn't have had access to without technology being available.
Very, very true. There's so many information that we're now coming across right now that we couldn't even access maybe just 2 years ago. And this leads me to a question. This might be a little bit off, but when it comes to financial stability and saving, when it comes to our health, Key Jones, do you think there's a point where AI can replace medical or physician consultant, such expenses for consultancy or just checking up? Do you feel we're going to get to that stage? Because I have seen people who are looking for medical recommendations using ChatGPT or such apps.
I wouldn't necessarily say replace, because it's a tool and it's here for us to leverage it. And yes, it's great. So it's only as strong as you make it, pretty much, what you feed into it. So I wouldn't necessarily say replace. It would help us. And I'm sure we all can agree to that, because we all use these tools every day. And they are mind-blowing. But at the same time, no matter how mind-blowing it all goes back to what you feed into it. So you just have to know how to use the tools to leverage it, but I wouldn't necessarily say replace it.
Yeah, that's a very, very good word. I see you, Miriam. Please chime in.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of what Key was saying, I think, it really is about what we feed into it. And I think oftentimes we go to our providers and we don't know what information is actually really valuable. So when I'm sitting down with someone, especially for their initial session, I'm asking them so many different questions, and I'm scanning, like I'm putting different symptoms and different parts of their history like into my little brain computer to help them create, a really impactful health plan for themselves. And I think people oftentimes come to me not even realizing that certain information is actually really important, or that certain symptoms are red flags. And so I think it is actually really dangerous to think that like AI can actually replace those types of care. But I do agree that it is really like an incredible tool, right? And so if you're experiencing certain symptoms, put that into AI and ask, what questions can you ask your providers, right? Like, how can you better advocate for yourself? So it really is about the information that we're feeding into it, but also the expectations that we're having for it, and those really important conversations I think that we're having today.
I love that, Miriam.
Yeah, we took your typical doctor's questionnaire is 1 or 2 pages when you go to the office. You know, the intake form, we created an intake form that's over 14 pages long, really diving deep into a woman and her symptoms and what's happening. So I think intake and those questions to turn someone into an advocate are really important. And it looks like Lynn, our host, has disappeared for a moment.
That would explain the dead space.
Can I
It was
just
like a moment of silence.
how many of my peers here are in either perimenopause or menopause, or have this on even their radar as a woman, and have gone through the experience of trying to find information and talking to their doctors and navigating the Dr. Google and Dr. Reddit and Dr. Amazon. Everyone is a doctor. Oh, and Lynn is back.
Yeah, I was just about
AI,
to.
though,
Sorry, I was just about to jump in. I was going to cover Lynn, but she's back, so I will be backing out now.
hi, Russell.
Thank you, Russell.
Though with AI, let's just say Chat GPT, I do believe as it relates to research, like Rachel, I believe it was Rachel who asked about the menopause. What I'm seeing now that we have Chat GPT, it is allowing people more accessibility to information really quick versus the traditional internet where you can find so many articles and so many ads and everything. But I believe AI is allowing us, to, if we want to ask about menopause or if we want to ask certain health questions, I mean, we've seen it where it's information right there to us versus allowing us to, like I said, to use the traditional way of receiving information. So that's what I believe. Also, technology with the AI is helping as far as information and to get those articles right there versus the other way that we're used to.
Yeah. I see a new card in Russell's back. I was going to say, do you want us to touch on that, the shift from traditional?
Yeah, no, please continue. I'm just here to moderate, oversee, so continue, guys.
Welcome, Russell. We got this. We got this.
I don't even know what the questions are, so
that's okay. Thank you.
This is wonderful.
Appreciate that. I can share a quick story because it just happened and it relates to all of this and back to the tradition, how it's shifted from traditional to our new use of integrating technology. Well, just this week I've had 2 different checkup and noticed that to the point of technology, it's almost like was it Rosie from the Jetsons, the robot? It's like it's moving towards the technology is on wheels now, and so there was that element of that being used during the checkup. But then the other opportunity area is a big one. It's integrating all of these elements of our data, our health records, all of the medical technologies and software systems, because I know there was a hiccup because people started asking for me to confirm my data and address, and it was like back to when now, I'm getting ready to celebrate 50, and this was back to when I was like 10 years old data, and I'm like, whoa, what? What? Like, there's a disconnect there. So there's an opportunity to make sure, again, we're only as good as our data when it comes to integrating these systems to set us up for healthier journeys.
I believe the next question is, how does technology help individuals strengthen financial stability? We'll fire this question over to you, Sophia, and then we'll continue the roundtable discussion. And thank you, Sam, for saving the day. And I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I think we might have touched on this one. I think Miriam and Bernice are saying the same. So we did touch on this, but just to kind of like reiterate the point, having access to information about budgeting, saving, tools that you can use and put your finances into. They integrate with one another. So if you have multiple accounts, bank accounts, retirement accounts, you can all have that streamlined into one place. And I think that the tools that we have, in addition to the information that we have available to research on our own, is what allows us individuals to like strengthen that financial stability and financial literacy.
Interesting. I mean, does anyone else have an opinion on this? I mean, Rachel, I mean, you was having an in-depth conversation as well. So I mean, please do share your side of things, kind of like what you were saying quickly, and just to kind of recap, and then I can then jump in and continue the questions, because obviously I've missed a lot. So if you guys could get me up to speed and what's happening, that'd be great.
Sure. So when a woman enters perimenopause or menopause, it's also typically the highest divorce rate in the United States is during a woman's menopausal years. And if you think about what happens, if a woman does not understand the finances and hasn't been balancing the checkbook, watching the bank accounts, the next thing you know, she finds herself in the middle of a divorce and no idea what's happening in her finances, with her money, what's going on. So we actually have part of our education inside of our Menopause Education Center is financial wellness and financial health in partnership with Commerce Bank. So we have a whole platform of teaching women how to manage their money, grow their money, and really understand how to be financially stable, not just on their, on their own. So even if they still are in a partnership or in a marriage, it's always nice to have your own money, to have your own checking account, to have your own allowance, so to speak, that you don't share with the husband or you don't share with the kids. So you have, especially if you're earning your own money and bringing that back to the household. So it's very important for women to understand their financial well-being for their present and for their future. And also if they leave assets. Many women have no idea what happens. And the next thing you know, they don't have a will in place. Something unfortunate happens and all their money goes to the state. So legacy planning, estate planning, and financial awareness is really, really important. And it's not something we're taught in school. They teach us how to bake. Well, how about teaching us how to bank? We want to learn how to bake and we want to learn how to bank. So we want to learn both.
I love that.
Definitely
the double
changing.
B.
I mean, yeah, think about Women's History Month is coming up soon. And if you look back, some of our mothers couldn't even get their own credit card without our fathers needing to sign off on them being approved to have credit. When you research what's really been happening to women, it's just crazy.
Yeah, I know. So I mean, I don't know. Sorry, I don't know, but I'm aware of what's happening. Definitely, and I like my experience. I used to work with before I joined GatherVerse and doing Just Verify. I used to work with a lot of women creators of the music industry, and I've just seen how volatile the music industry is. For women in that specific industry, like just how underpaid they are, the opportunities that they lack. Like there's just so much like horribleness within like the music and entertainment space, and I've seen it firsthand. Like just helping just women over the years, and it's one of the most craziest things that I've ever seen, and that's why I originally did my platform called Mabob, which was helping women creators in the music industry to sell like their NFTs and using like the latest technology to be able to make money and benefit and make a living from their creativity, which I think is really hugely important. And no matter who you are, you need money to live, right? Like including assets, including the wills. So I honestly, I really agree with you so much, Rachel, and like I don't know what else really to add to that. And I saw Miriam, she was like nodding her head the whole entire time. She's like, no, don't come to me. Don't come to me, please.
I'm just I'm like a cheerleader over here. I'm like, yes, we need to be more educated. We need to be more empowered. We need to be more in control of our financial health and wellness. Absolutely. And I can use all of these tools, which is probably why I was like shaking my head. I was like, I can learn more from you guys about financial health and wellness.
Let me ask you guys a question, actually, like in terms of like robotics, right? AI and robotics and stuff like that. How do you think that's gonna help, in towards empowering women or supporting women? Like, do you think that could be a positive thing, a negative thing? And this is a bit of a side question, but I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts on that. Amy, please go ahead.
Here's what I'm going to say. As someone who is disabled and I use crutches and I'm a part-time wheelchair user, there are some really great robotics for those who can afford it. I am not one of them.
What?
Robotics and AI only go so far if they're charging you every ounce of money you have just to live. That's not acceptable. Women are also not typically involved in robotics industries. So when things are engineered, they're engineered for men, not women. And our needs are not the same. And we need to be considerate of that. Yeah, those are my thoughts. This brings up another conversation I had this week. I met with a owner who fights the federal government left and right, sues them left and right, and he's on this mission. He's going to single-handedly save women business owners, but women business owners aren't involved. They're not marketing. They're not working on his website. They're not working on the plan. They're not doing. It's just him. He's going to be the white knight that comes in and saves the world. And I'm like, I don't want anything to do with you. Why are you not using marketing firms, PR firms that are run by women? Why is it only men that get to determine this? You're not, and we see this across society. Robotics and AI are dominated by men, and if it's anything for women, it's not going to work. Sorry.
Go ahead, Sam.
No, thank you. That was amazing, Amy. Thank you so much for sharing that, because it makes me, I can relate from the perspective that 25 plus years as a woman in tech. So my entire career has been technology. And so as a STEM leader now, it is, again, I'm finding that I'm just getting so much more passionate. I think for so long I was busy doing all the things, right? That I'll say that I was mom, like manager of mayhem, just doing all the things. And yeah, manager of mayhem, yeah. And so, and now I want to really live my legacy, not leave a legacy, but live my legacy. And part of that is going back into robotics and engineering and the practices, the education sector, where we make sure we co-create together. And that is, like you said, Amy, taking the perspective of all of us to understand how to build something better together. Co-create is such a powerful thing in my personal opinion.
Oh, what did I miss? But here Sam, manager of mayhem. I found that very, very hilarious, to be honest, and that is very, very insightful when it comes to robotics. Thank you, Russell, for diverting to that. Anyone who had something else to add on robotics and that? Anyone else? Before I go to the next question. All right, thank you for exhausting that. Key, I want to come to you. And, when it comes to traditional models of health and the current one that we've had right now, even the robotics coming in, how is the connection between health and technology shifting from traditional methods? And I also want to hear from you, Bunnies, and also from you, Sophia.
It's shifting very robustly. It's a huge difference from then until now. Doing things the traditional way, I don't think none of us are really doing things the traditional way anymore. We have to keep up with what's going on. And if you don't keep up with the Jetsons, you're going to get left behind. Like, who would have ever thought watching the Jetsons with Rosie and everybody else, the whole entire family coming up, who would have thought that basically that is where we are now? Like, who would have ever thought that? So there is a connection, there's a huge connection and a huge shift. So if you don't keep up with what's going on, you're going to get left behind. Basically like that. And it just kind of worries me with our elderly population. It's kind of harder getting them on board because they are not used to all of this huge technology. So that's kind of the population that worries me. But that's what we're here for, to help them. But
Yeah.
again, that's the only ones that kind of worry me, because they're so set in their ways. They don't like doing appointments over the phone. They rather get up and leave out of the house, because a lot of times that's their only time from leaving their home most of the times. Unless they're still very mobile and they can go to bingo, still go grocery shopping. The veterans, they can do the VA
Yeah.
things, but other than that, they like to go out of their homes. Like that.
Yeah.
Like that is Greek to them, doing telehealth
Totally
and stuff
agree on
like that.
that.
They don't like that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I totally agree on that. And someone else who wants to add in. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with her. I definitely agree with Key, and she mentioned about the elderly population. So as it relates to health, from the traditional part, I see that we have rapidly transition. Okay, technology allows us to rapidly, like tech. I always tell the communities that I support, listen, get with the program. Technology is not going anywhere. Literally, it is
Yes.
shifting. We have, as relates to health, we have been accustomed to going to the doctors and going in our cars, and now we have technology that allows us to telehealth. Okay, we can see a doctor through our smartphones or through our laptop, and so that eliminates the car, that eliminates
Yeah.
us getting fully dressed. I think I remember seeing someone was saying they were in a Zoom meeting, they shared their photo, they had little underwear and socks, but the top they had the suit and the shirt. This is where we are even with telehealth. You can get
Yeah.
half dressed and really see a doctor right from your computer or your laptop or smart device.
I
And
totally
I believe,
agree.
yeah, and I believe, I believe not only that, but I believe VR and AR is going to play a big part as well with health as the transition, because
Mhm.
we're with the AR, the augmented reality, where um you can actually see where you are, but you can see another image. It's the digital assets combining and connecting with the real life images. And I often am
Mhm.
exposed to the Apple Vision Pro. And
Yeah.
so when I put it on, I even witnessed this application. It was a health application where I can see the human body. I can
Mhm.
imagine it and bring this human body right where I am. And I'm seeing
Yes.
articles where surgeons now are performing surgeries with the Apple Vision Pro. They can see more of the x-rays. I just believe it's just growing so much in the health industry with a lot of
It
these
is.
tools.
Yeah.
And again, I sympathize and empathize for the elderly community as well, because I'm seeing the transition of technology. And even with
All right, Sophia, she
Oh,
comes back. Please chime in.
of course, I will keep it short, but like we're in a paradigm shift with technology, and we're going from reactive one size fits all models where there are textbooks on illnesses and conditions that we have like a reactive approach, and now we're shifting to preventative care and continuous
Mhm.
data. We have wearables, we have smart technology, we have equipment that is allowing us to keep a pulse on our own bodies, and that's
Yes.
giving us a lot of power and a lot of influence over our own care and creating a personalized experience.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And what you have just expressed, that the three of you, was very, very profound. But I want to just follow up with something. When we're talking about traditional medicine and where we are right now, I also acknowledge there's a huge population of the world that is still in the dark, that doesn't have access to internet.
Yeah.
And personally, I will give an example of where I am. There are some parts whereby when you go to a doctor, our health records are still kept in books. So
Mhm.
once again, when you come back, if maybe you're a patient of diabetes or kidney dialysis or such things, when you come back and your records are not in the books or your books were misplaced, guess what happens to your health? You either get misdiagnosed or you repeat again. That means paying another cost, or your case just ends like that, or you find another hospital. So we have to acknowledge that there's a very huge population of people who are still in the traditional methods of doing health. And my question is, how can we match them? And this draws me to the next questions of what challenges remain in expanding access to health related tools. Apart from accessibility, do you see other challenges, and what are your solutions, do you think? Rachel, I can come to you on that, as well as Amy. Please chime in on this, help me understand.
So the internet is an amazing place, and it can be really an effective tool for what Sophia was talking about, because my goal in the Menopause Education Center is to teach women to be proactive about their health instead of reactive. Because when you're already in that reactive state, it's not a good place to start a health journey. So technology and tools, being able to teach women to be proactive and advocate for themselves changes the entire game. And now with accessibility and telehealth, you're able to find a woman is in a rural area who's going through hot flashes and is 2 hours away from a doctor. She can go online. She can find a doctor. She can get medicines and different things delivered right to her house. She can go on apps and use apps that can provide therapy and hypnotherapy and all of these different things for their symptoms. So I think what's great about technology is it's creating a really well-rounded space for care for individuals.
I totally agree on that. Amy, do you have something to add on that?
Yeah, I think this all ties into the rest of the conversation, but Bernice made some really great conversations around VR and AR that tripped my memory. 20 years ago, I was diagnosed with a rare pain condition called complex regional pain syndrome. And they were at that point rolling out a new type of behavioral therapy where you sit in front of screens and you're surrounded by fields of like sunflowers, and it's meant to calm you down when your nervous system starts going out of whack. Think about today now, that same therapy can now be done with VR or AR, right?
Yes.
We're bringing technology for even pain management to a different level. When 20 years ago, I was one of the first people, I had to go through 3 rounds of approval for my insurance company to get a TENS unit. TENS unit can now be bought at your local Target, right? The lidocaine patches, they cost me $300 for 10 patches 20 years ago. You can buy lidocaine at your grocery store. So advancements continue to happen, and it's only helping us really deal. Someone like me, if I was still dealing with that level of pain without the treatments, I would not be here today. So these treatments allow, especially people with pain, and it's not just people my age, like we're talking the elderly. My grandma and I talk about how we do the similar treatments. Okay, we bond our pain. But again,
that's very interesting.
A whole another level to it, so we can progress.
And thank you for sharing that experience. I found it very, very interesting when you and your grandmother shared the same pain, also some joy at the from it. Miriam, you're a health profession. How can health professions and technologists collaborate more effectively?
Yeah, I think this is a great question. And I think, Sophia touched on this a little bit, but just to elaborate, there are so many wellness tools that empower patients to understand more about their health and their well-being. Like there's glucose monitors, there's at-home blood pressure, we can look at our heart rate variability, we can look at sleep data more than we've ever been able to, right? And so we can really understand how our behaviors as individuals are impacting our health and our well-being. And we can use that to empower ourselves, and then also in order to advance the questions that we're asking our doctors, right? So when we have more information about our health, about our well-being, about what questions to ask, we can actually push our providers to understand more, to give us better answers, to advance that science and advance the research that we so desperately need. And, the way that our society in terms of traditional medicine is functioning in traditional models is we're still in like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And that's just not working. That's not working for anyone, right? Half of the US population is suffering from some sort of chronic health condition that is preventable. with diet and with lifestyle. And so when we are really like able to harness that power, understand more about our health and well-being, we're actually pushing those traditional models forward. And we need to be doing it in a lot fast. It's happening really fast, but we're in a crisis now, and it needs to be happening in even faster, I think, in terms of empowering the individual.
Miriam, what you just shared is very worth considering, and I hope our technologists can take note of that. Sophia, as you close us off, tell us what changes have helped reduce barriers to wellness tools. For me personally, with the example that I mentioned, some of the things that has helped bridge that kind of challenge is access. We're now seeing more accessibility. Companies are now reducing the prices of these wellness tools. Perhaps tell me what is in your hand, what is in your mouth. Tell me.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, and I think Amy just touched on this as well. Is like what used to be so inaccessible or unaffordable 20 years ago, 10, 15, 20 years ago, is now available at our local stores. When phones first came out, they were, these very legacy models, and now we have smartphones, and smartphones are becoming more prevalent and accessible and lower cost. There's different options available, wearables, smartwatches, internet access. So we're just getting a lot more access. Although, Lynn, you just made such a good point a few minutes ago, there's still so much work to be done. There's such a large percentage of the population that doesn't have the same access that we do. And we need to be very mindful of that as we have these conversations. But the overall access and just the cultural shift to preventative care, I think, are the answers.
Wow, that is very, very profound and worth taking note of. Because of time, anyone who want to close us off with that remark? Bunnies or Ami? Anyone who want to close us off? Okay.
Oh, Amy.
Yes, please go ahead briefly. Okay, I think she is having a problem with her mic. Because of time, we would have loved to continue with this conversation. I loved it. I loved what you shared, ladies. Everything that you just said, it's worth considering. It's worth the world listening to. But you know what? We have a Women's Health coming up just in the week of International Women's Day. That is the 11th. We're going to have Women's Health Summit. And we look forward to have you there. Please, let's continue with this conversation. It's not over yet. We need to talk more about this. Ladies, it was such a wonderful time spending it with you. Thank you so much. I will pass it over to the GatherVerse team, our GatherVerse Well, for this roundtable panel.
Namaste. Thank you, ladies. Great to meet you all.
Hello and welcome to GatherVerse Summit 2025. And we had an amazing roundtable discussion with Lynn, but now we have a fantastic fireside chat with the one and only Lisa Skinner. Welcome.
Thank you, Russell. It's great to be here.
Please introduce yourself to everybody. We'd love to hear about who you are.
Okay. So my name is Lisa Skinner, And if everybody's looking at the screen, you see all those little initials following my name. I am a certified dementia practitioner. I'm a certified dementia trainer through the Alzheimer's Association. I'm a certified dementia program director, meaning I have been certified to be able to create and set up environments that will enhance people's lives who live with Alzheimer's disease and dementia. And I'm a 2 times best-selling author. My first book, called Not All Who Wander Need Be Lost, was also an award-winning book for being one of the most inspirational books written in the year that the book award contest took place, which was 2016.
Amazing.
I'm an international TEDx speaker on the topic. And I also host a weekly podcast that's called The Truth, Lies, and Alzheimer's Show. And we just recently made it into the top 10 most popular podcasts globally.
Okay. Well
Yeah,
done.
so that
Congratulations, Lisa.
Yeah. So I do a lot of speaking engagements. This morning, I actually delivered a presentation to a medical conference. It was somewhere like Dubai or.
Well, I'll tell you what I want to do, Lisa, is kind of get into some of the questions for you, Lisa, which is obviously, covering your book, which is, Not All Who Wander Need Be Lost. Let me ask you a question. What does it mean to wander without being lost? I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Okay. So I created that title for my first book. That was my first book. And I spun the quote, the famous quote from J.R.R. Tolkien's The Fellowship of the Rings. And his quote was similar to mine, but I spun it. So the original quote that I took from J.R.R. Tolkien's book was, "Not all those who wander are lost." Now, since my expertise is in the field of Alzheimer's disease and dementia from a psychosocial approach, meaning the day-to-day challenges that family members and caregivers face on a day-to-day basis, and how do you recognize those challenges, and understanding that it's all part of the disease, and what are the best practices for responding to those behaviors that we see come up unexpectedly. So I flipped that original quote to "Not all who wander need be lost." And the reason why I chose that is because when people live with dementia, they commonly wander, aimlessly wander. And they wander for a variety of reasons, which I won't go into. But one of the reasons that we have kind of observed why people who live with cognitive decline wander is because they are lost. They're lost in their own worlds because of the changes in their brain that are happening and the cognitive functional decline. So my take on that was, just because you're living with Alzheimer's disease and dementia doesn't mean you have to go through the rest of your life being lost. There are a lot of things that we can implement into your world that will help you reconnect to your life as it was before your condition. So that's what that was all about.
No, thank you for explaining that. And, it's one of those diseases where, when it hits you, sometimes you don't expect it, right? And it just all of a sudden just comes out of nowhere and just hits you, and just like for example, I saw it happen with one of my grandparents, and just seeing it happen to them, it's just it's kind of like, just, it's not nice to see, if that makes sense, right? In very kind of sort of nice terms. So when it comes to uncertainty and the like, how can uncertainty be a path rather than a setback? Like, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do. And I think my feelings about that question really are based on a basic human emotion that all of us possess. It's part of the, hierarchy, basic Maslow hierarchy of needs, the very basic level of how we're wired and our basic human needs. And part of that is, and I think this is a little bit of everybody that I'm talking about, including myself, is fear of the unknown.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it relates to your question, how can uncertainty be a path rather than a setback? Because a lot of us, as we're kind of blazing a trail through our lives, uncertainty or fear of the unknown can actually represent a setback for us, because we're scared and we don't want to find out what's on the other side of that brick wall, because it's too intimidating, it's too scary.
That's
Where
true.
I believe that uncertainty is doesn't necessarily have to be a scary thing. And let me compare that and use the analogy from a story that pretty much everybody is familiar with, which is The Wizard of Oz, and compare it to Dorothy being guided to the yellow brick road when she was in Munchkin Land, and she set off all by herself. And she didn't know where. She knew she was supposed to go find this place called Oz. And that was all she was told. Follow the yellow brick road and you will find the Wizard of Oz in the land of Oz, and he's going to get you back home. So because she had wasn't aware of any other options for herself, she headed off on the yellow brick road. And then she started meeting the other characters along the way. But every step of that way, they didn't know what they were going to come upon next. And the first characters, of course, were all positive characters, and they all ended up joining her to get to this destination, except the Wicked Witch of the East, of the West. And they kept on going and kept on going, even though they didn't know what they were up against. The hope they held on to was, if they reach this destination, it's going to have a positive outcome for all of them. And they're just going to have to deal with this wicked witch and the flying monkeys and all the other things that ended up being challenging for them.
That's a very good analogy. That's a really good analogy.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So, kind of to wrap that up, to recap, I see uncertainty not necessarily having a negative connotation, but it can have a very positive. I mean, if you think back about Steve Jobs, let's say, if he was afraid of starting this business and he's going to fail and all the things that go along with our negative voice that talks to us on one side of our brain and our positive voice, and sometimes the negative one wins over the positive one. But in people throughout history, when you really look at it, they didn't allow that to happen. So yeah, so
I just want to jump in, because I definitely think, uncertainty, like whatever you do in life, everything is always uncertain. It doesn't matter if you're starting a business, changing your career, using AI tools, incorporating AI. There's so many obstacles and challenges that you have to face throughout life, no matter, you know, what age you are, or, you know, who you are, or, and it's just, you know, it's just embracing that, like just embracing it,
Yes.
living the experience, living the journey, and taking that, you know, just enjoying it all, which leads me to my next question, which is like, what have you learned in the moments when you had no clear direction at all? Like what is
Well,
those, is there like any sort of key moments that you learned in the moments when you had like no clear direction that you wanted to go in at all?
yes, and let me piggyback to J.R.R. Tolkien's original quote. What
Sure.
he meant by "not all those who wander are lost," basically his intention and the meaning behind that quote was that people who explore or take unconventional paths can still be purposeful and have direction. And that relates so perfectly with people living with Alzheimer's disease and dementia, because it is a profound misconception that exists today and has been circulating as a myth around living with dementia for as long as I've been around doing this professionally, which has been 30 years, that you get an Alzheimer's diagnosis and the next reaction is, okay, my life is over. And, you know, a lot of doctors are even saying to their patients, get your life affairs in order. And they leave them reinforcing that, that belief that, okay, my brain is basically going to turn to mush and my life is over. And what I want, what I advocate for, and what I help people understand through techniques and strategies and knowledge and education is that's not true at all. People live very meaningful, purposeful lives for years, even after they've been diagnosed with such a, you know, a severe disease like Alzheimer's disease. It's a very slow progressing disease. My grandmother, I've had 8 of my own family members that have lived with one of the known 200 brain diseases that are out there that cause dementia, with Alzheimer's being the most common and the one that most of us have heard of. So I've had 8 of my own family members live with dementia. And I can, you know, attest and tell you that there are a lot of things that we know that we can create and provide a very healthy, purposeful, meaningful, joyful existence to people, even though we're standing by watching their brains change. But it's a long, drawn out disease. My grandmother, for example, she lived with it for 20 years.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to jump in because we have run out of time. But
bummer.
Lisa, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate everything that you shared with us today at GatherVerse, and I think you're amazing. Please keep doing what you're doing. Please keep helping people, and I honestly wish you all the best and everything that you do. It's really a pleasure being able to speak with you today. So thank you for joining us here at GatherVerse, and please, everyone, make sure you follow her on LinkedIn, connect with her on LinkedIn, and yeah. Thank you so much for coming on, Lisa.
Thanks for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you. I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right, and we're live. Hello, everyone. Nice to see all the beautiful faces today. I'm excited for this panel. My name is Christian Brown. I'll be guiding this discussion today as we talk about the foundations of well-being This will be a very, very timely discussion as we're seeing a lot of strides in the wellness industry. We're seeing a wellness economy that's the highest number it's ever been. Wellness spending is at a high as well. So people are really in need and searching for good wellness strategies and tools and principles. So I'm excited to guide this conversation today. And let's start by just going around the horn and doing maybe like a 30 to 60 second introduction of everyone here. And then we'll get into the questions that we have scheduled for this panel. I'll start with Allison, and then we'll go with Anita and Lynn, Corey, and Alan.
Great. Hi, I'm Allison Jackson of ARJ Consulting. I am an employee experience champion, so I focus on the ways that wellness and communication can up-level the employee experience.
Amazing. Thank you, Allison. Thanks for being here. All right, Anita. You're on mute still. There you go.
Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't see it.
No
I'm Anita Roach. I am the founder of the Safe and Sound Workplace Alliance and the author of Safe and Sound, which is all about cultivating whole human trauma-informed approaches for employee well-being and organizational success. So I'm very excited to be here.
Awesome. Amazing. We're happy to have you here.
Thank you.
All right, Lynn, how are you?
Good. Hi, everyone. Yes, I'm Lynn Gravatt, creator of the Purpose Embodiment Method and basically former aerospace engineer turned spiritual guide. So my spiel is blending science and spirituality, a little bit of quantum physics, a little bit of epigenetics. And then with that, I'm an embodiment specialist. So I'm a fire spinner, aerialist, and I work with children in being creative and using their bodies. I guess that kind of sums me up.
Amazing. Thank you, Lynn. And I just watched one of your movement videos earlier this morning. It was very cool.
Oh, I was going to say that. Yeah, I'm really getting into AI now, too, as like a channel for higher consciousness. So really kind of blending that technology aspect. And VR, I'm excited to see Alan here, too.
Yeah. Incredible. Well, thanks, Lynn. All right, Corey, on to you.
Hi, I'm happy to be here. My name is Corey Schramm. I'm a USA Today bestselling author. I've published about 30 books, and I have 2 podcasts. One of them was about my mother's death called Who Killed My Mother, and another is about wellness strategies. And so I'm right now developing A Well Cared For Human, which is a new brand that focuses on helping communities and people build resilience to overcome trauma and difficult circumstances based on my own experiences and the research.
Wow, incredible.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Hey, Alan, good to see you again.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All right. I'm the founder of Studio Bahia. It's a nonprofit. We design therapies in virtual reality. We also manufacture Lily VR, which this is our team, but you get all this. And we sell these to hospitals. For each sale, we donate one to foster care, refugee camps, and other groups, low-income hospitals as well. Right now, I guess we're doing AI-guided EMDR for complex PTSD, AI-guided solution-focused therapy. So we're doing a bunch of AI-guided for mobile phone VR. So, and we give it away for free. So we're kind of that kind of nonprofit. So I'm very happy to be with you all today. It's an honor. So thank you.
Amazing. Awesome. I'm so excited for this. Thank you, everyone, for sharing. Let's get into the first question, which is what factors contribute most to a balanced and fulfilling life in today's world? Who wants to start with this question?
I can do it.
Also have Lynn and then Corey. Perfect.
All right. I was just going to say connection, and really more and more in-person connection. Like all of the online stuff is really great, but nothing really enlivens me like going to a studio and meeting like-minded people in my present physical space. And of course, not everyone has that accessibility, with us all being so unique and our transformations being so, sometimes it's hard to find our niche in the world, our tribe. And so that's where it is wonderful to be able to go online and find these like-minded people. But I really think it is some form of connection.
Yeah. 100%. I agree. And I think just the time that we were forced to spend behind screens kind of really made us realize how much we need the physical connection. We really took it for granted, and I think now we're starting to become aware that that's super important. So, Corey, what do you think? What are your thoughts?
Two things I want to add to what Lynn just said, which is that we have found in the research that connection is the most preventative aspect of burnout. So it's not actually keeping everything in balance. It's the more you feel connected and supported by others, the less likely you are to burn out in these high stress situations. So that definitely is in alignment with what we're seeing and what we're feeling. But I would also ask, what is it that you want to balance? Because it depends on what countermeasures you take to bring yourself back in balance. So for example, if you're very externally overstimulated, then you would balance that with internal focus. So meditation, quiet, stillness. If you're very internally hyped up, you would focus that by connecting, getting out there, to grounding yourself in the world, touching grass, all the things that we talk about with like reconnecting with the things that help us to get out of our minds and back into the physical world. So I would always ask, where do you feel out of alignment? And then where can you add the counterbalance, which is how I would apply that personally.
Yeah, I love that. What are your thoughts, Alan?
Great subject. I was just thinking more about like how generally the era we live in, we're very much living in our minds, and how we're drawn in to our minds through Netflix and the internet and any number of technology things, and so we kind of neglect the body in that sense. And so I think generally speaking, I follow what Corey is saying and finding the balance within yourself. But generally speaking, the whole of society, I think, is unbalanced in that we're not embodied in our environment. And for that, what I do is I anchor my day by doing a session of yoga, which is a physical thing. And so I think we're very disembodied generally. And in the United States, we have cities designed for us to just go between strip malls and not to socialize and not to have these gathering places. And so we have to double our efforts to be embodied in the landscape. I think that's the big challenge for me, at least. Thank you.
Yeah, incredible. That's awesome. Anita and Allison, do you guys want to chime in on this question as well? And what factors do you guys think contribute most to a balanced and fulfilling life in today's world?
Yeah, I'll just build off of what Alan said around embodying it physically, but I think it's also important to step back mentally and just carve out that time and space to really hear what your inner self is saying, right? To make sure that you actually feel balanced and fulfilled. I think a lot of times with all the noise in the world and all the chatter, it's hard to kind of just reset and sit in that silence and really hear yourself.
Yeah, love it. Awesome.
And to that kind of mindfulness reflection, I would just say, I think one of the things that keeps us out of balance is we don't accept all the disparate pieces of ourselves, our stories, our strengths, our unique skills, how we process information. So really knowing yourself, the whole of your humanity, and accepting that allows you to kind of integrate in the different spaces and know what's correct for you. If you're more introverted, to not force yourself to go into certain things where your energy is going to be drained because it's not correct for you, versus really being correct for you to be, with people all the time. So really knowing yourself will help create that balance.
Yeah, that's awesome. And that seems like a common theme between all the expressions, is that it's important to know yourself, because what's right for you may not be right for the next person. And so the more clarity you have on yourself, the better that you can find tools to help you feel balanced and fulfilled. So thank you all for sharing that. And as we dive deeper into this conversation, let's talk about technology. In what ways do you all see technology supporting a healthier approach to work and personal life? I want to start with Allison and Anita, because you both mentioned workplace wellness in your intro. So what are your thoughts on this question?
Yeah, I would love to jump in there on that. So technology, right? It's can be good or evil, but you can use it in such amazing ways to create those boundaries, both for your personal life and work. Putting your phone on airplane mode, blocking your calendar for maybe yoga or a mindfulness session. So looking at it from the positive, right? Everyone thinks AI is taking over the world. AI could also create an amazing routine or meal plans or workouts. So being able to use technology both in the positive way to create those boundaries, I think, is super helpful to create that healthier approach.
Yeah, awesome.
I think, especially again, I am probably the most extroverted introvert you'll ever meet. Some of that is because of my trauma story, but I love VR to work out with. I am very fortunate to have a family member who's very involved with a VR workout app. So that is my ideal workout. So that's from a personal side. On the work side, there is so much that it can bring to create safety and boundaries, like Allison was saying, as long as we're thoughtful to, I think, the trauma-informed aspects of it. So thankfully, there's a lot of good research out there now, and it sounds like Alan's doing that as well. Great studies on trauma-informed computing and using SAMHSA's guidelines to help organizations understand how trauma reactions and stuff might impact how people use technology in the workplace. So, but I'd love to hear everybody else on that.
Yeah, awesome. What about you, Lynn? You talked about how you're integrating the AI with movement, and how are you personally seeing technology support your journey?
Well, I think it's kind of what Anita mentioned, her liking to work out online. And I'm a person that is eventually probably going to be offering workouts. But I've heard other people say with their busy lives, they like to be able to find a coach or a trainer that they vibe with and be able to go and do their workout in their own time. Because in this virtual world, especially as we become more conscious, I can watch a video of a class doing a class and I can feel like I'm in the class in real time because I'm connected to the community at large. And so if I'm going to focus on embodiment as purpose embodiment method, I think that using it to move our bodies is actually a really good way. And then again, that idea of connecting with a specific tribe of individuals that really resonate. For example, you can do Kung Fu with a Shaolin monk in Germany. He's this amazing guy. He's like, and I've done it. So it's like you can connect with experts all over. And then when we get the I've actually never done virtual reality before, but once you get the headset on and it goes 360, I mean, people might actually like working out again. You know, we might actually want to be moving our bodies because that's where creative ideas come from. Like in the midst of some workout, sweat, or ecstatic dance moment, whatever, those are when the insights come that are really going to propel technology forward, I think, you know, from deep within, not from thinking about it.
Yeah. That's incredible. And I'm curious on the research side of this too, like Corey and Alan, do you guys have any research statistics that that can really teach us about the technology's impact on work and personal life when it comes to wellness?
Did you want to go first, Alan? I don't want to. I don't want to cut you off. You looked like you had something profound to say, so I want to hear it.
I was going to ask if you wanted to go ahead, but no, I think more recent times technology has been a negative in many ways, and as far as well-being is concerned, and I think the numbers speak for themselves. We have 30% of young women with suicidal ideation currently. That's a higher level number than, like, we work in refugee camps. That's higher level than women in refugee camps. That's American women. And so it's a very, a stark, the numbers are very bad. And then you have, so we're in a transition phase between absorbing all this new technology and figuring out ways to create boundaries. My advice with regards to the question of how technology can support healthy approach personal is to be intentional when you use the technology. You know, just like a nail cutter or something, use it for that purpose and leave it. Because just about every technology company wants you hooked in there like it's a gambling machine and, you know, in Vegas. And so be intentional, use it and leave it. And know to let go of these tools. They're functional. They can be beneficial in making us safer, but letting go, because every one of these technology companies wants you there all the time. And it's in virtual reality, we have a limit. It's 30 minutes that you should spend in virtual reality. This is scientists, psychologists, and all the VR companies are pushing that. They want you to spend and the problem is that after 30 minutes you begin to lose a sense of reality. And so if for your own benefit, do 30 minutes, have fun, do some meditating, and then get out.
Yeah.
That's my good.
That's awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you for that quote about we lose touch with reality after 30 minutes. That explains why when I play like a zombie shooter game, I'm so anxious for the rest of the night. Obviously, I'm not going to get gotten, but for the rest of the night, I'm like, so I'm creeping around my house. Or if any of you have seen Quiet Place, how you stop trying to make noise for the foreseeable future. So it definitely gets in our heads. And I think that the statistics, they do show right now that we're out of balance, right? That the way that we use technology is not sustainable. But I think there's amazing capacity for how we can use it next in our next stage of growth. For example, in efficiency, it can do things much more efficiently, giving us more time for self-care and connection with others and being in the world. Or we could use it for prevention of burnout. The machines can keep working after we go to sleep. It can do things that we don't have to be present for so that we can have more of that time actually in our bodies, in our communities, in our daily lives. And so I see a great capacity in the future once we do work out these nuances of intentionality and when do we use it and what are our boundaries and how much is good for us and how much isn't, and how do we make systemic change that removes some of these predatory elements that are kind of in place now that keep people in there maybe beyond their own well-being. Like, what can we do about these things? And once we figure that out, I think that technology will be a wonderful benefit to our well-being going forward. And so those are just my initial thoughts. We'll see where we are in a few years.
All right, that's so good. But I think all the expressions shared really highlights the importance of having a conversation like this and being able to educate the audience on the positive uses of technology, and also aware of what the goal of most technology companies are, which what Alan mentioned, that they want you to be hooked, but is detrimental for your mental well-being. So if the audience is aware of the intentionality that's needed to be able to use technology to support a healthier lifestyle, it can help them make them positive steps forward. Which leads us to the next question, which is, what practices help individuals maintain focus on their overall well-being? So from an individual lens, how can people really focus in internally and improve their well-being? Who wants to start here? Anyone? Let's go, Allison, and then Lynn.
I'll jump in. So when we think about well-being and wellness, we like to look at it holistically, right? So you have your mental health, where you want to take time for mindfulness, your physical health, where you want to move your body. But then it's also important to look at your sleep, your water intake, your environment, your relationships. It's really looking at all the aspects to make sure that they're all in balance. And if they're not, taking the right steps to maybe you don't sleep well, maybe it's focusing on that, or not getting enough water. So I like to look at well-being holistically. Your environment, your personal self, your nutrition, what you take in from, we talked about social media and how detrimental some of that could be. What does your news diet look like, and your informational diet? Looking at all those pieces, I think, are really important for overall well-being.
Yeah, 100%. What are your thoughts, Lynn?
Well, I think it's great that we're all kind of answering similar ways, because it kind of points to a truth coming through here. And so for me, it's about a balance of body, mind, and spirit. And it's about looking at your life and determining where your deficit. So if you're a super physical being, I hear people say, like, I only meditate when I'm running. I mean, that's great that you can get into the zone, but that's very different than dealing with yourself in stillness and just like being in the discomfort of meditation. Because a lot of people think that meditation is supposed to take you to a transcendent, wonderful place. And that's not been my experience with that. And then again, if you're a very cerebral person, it might be time to get a little more loosey-goosey and moving the body. And of course, as a spiritual guide, I encourage looking into ooh, this is where I get really excited. Looking into new things. This is the childlike wonder, right? So we have a religion, whatever that belief or faith an individual has, that's wonderful. But crystals are pretty. You know, if you hear people talking about things, there's a reason to it. So I do Reiki. I'm a Reiki master. I just got sound bowls, crystals, chakras. This stuff can be really fun if we just kind of lighten up a little bit. And then also going out in nature is always going to help. So again, the technology with Mother Nature, and maybe sometimes not having earbuds on, like really just being in nature. And that might be uncomfortable for some people, honestly. Like some people really cannot deal with silence. And so identifying that within yourself and then guiding yourself into the discomfort. And then the last thing I would say, if that is a difficult thing, if going into the discomfort is something that is consistently something that's difficult to do, then finding a guide or finding a community and using that aspect of connection, even if it is technology, a guided meditation to take you there or guide you there.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. Thank you for those great practices. Let's keep it going. Corey, what are your thoughts on practices that people can?
I have many, but I'll try to keep them succinct because I know we have time.
Give us a few.
But the word that stands out for me in that question is focus. Like, where do you focus? And when we talk about focus, we're definitely talking about intentionality, right? Like, where are you putting your attention? Because where you put your attention, that's where the energy goes, right? But there's a certain level of awareness of what you need to do in order to direct that flow intentionally. And so for me, in a well-cared-for human, I talk about the 4 pillars, which aligns with what Lynn was starting to talk about, which is your relationship with your body, your relationship with your mind and emotions, which I put together because they influence each other so greatly. And then your spirit, which is the creativity, the play, the meaningful work, and then connection. And I teach this model because that's what saved my life, because I grew up in a very difficult circumstance, which eventually led to my mother's murder. I escaped, but when she passed, I really had to look at why our lives had taken such different trajectories. And what I established was what I had done in those years between when I had separated from this family and I had built a very different, successful life, was that I had built my relationship with myself. And what that meant was applying intentional focus and energy into these 4 aspects of my relationship with myself, these 4 pillars. So I would say that the practices that at least I know personally that really can take you from being a completely heartbroken and very damaged person to a very healthy, thriving person is building that relationship with your body, with movement, with feeling, being connected, building that relationship with your mind and emotions, no longer treating them like the problem, but as a solution, as something that can help you, as treating your creativity and your play and your connection to spirit or the divine or God or whatever that is for you, having that greater connection to purpose, to experience. Building these things up, and of course, connection, building these things up are really important. And so that's where I would apply focus and intentionality in those areas, because that's where I have found the most benefit. And the research supports that too, as well.
Yeah. Incredible. Thank you for sharing that. It's really highlighting just how complex we are as human beings. Well-being is not just a narrow road. Like, it's very, very vast, and there's just so much to discover within each of our unique selves. So I'm loving this so far. Let's get to the next question, which is, how do you assess whether your personal and professional commitments align with your values? Let's start with you, Anita, thinking about just when in regards to like workplace wellness, where do you see alignment, and what have you learned in your experiences?
I mean, I think, again, you're going to hear me say this a lot. I think part of it is knowing yourself, like how you're inherently meant to be, how your brain works, your lived experiences, how that creates your value system, and then responding to things from that place. And from a workplace standpoint, right, it's understanding, is it a safe place for you to fully express yourself? Is it a place that allows you to be in your integrity, that allows, that celebrates differences, right? To me, one of the 7 agreements of a safe workplace is allowing for expression and autonomy and celebrating our differences. So when you're looking at your professional life, does that align? I think something that both Corey and Lynn talked about in the last piece is, you know, the joy that it brings, the playfulness. Can you express those aspects? Does it align there? And are you okay at the end of the day, right? We're seeing so much where Corey's talked a lot about burnout. You know, we're not okay at the end of the day. How do we spend 5 hours, you know, after work till when we go to bed, doing all these practices to then go into a workplace that is not supportive of who we are, that is throwing us into active trauma response, that is unsafe? We're undoing all the good work that Corey has in her book, that Alan's doing, that Allison does, that Lynn does. So having that aligned workspace is very important. And I know we'll talk a little bit about that organizationally, but to me, that is the key on the professional side.
Yeah, it always goes back to the personal. That's incredible. And Alan, I'm curious about this question for you, and really you personally, right? How do you personally assess like whether your personal and professional commitments align with your values and the work that you do?
That's a great question, and it's probably my explanation or my experience was very life-changing, and that I decided that my personal values needed to be reflected in my professional work. And so I founded a design studio and with that purpose. And so I kind of aligned it. And the things that we do is help other people. And so we started out of refugee camps. And so it feels very good to do the work we do. And because it's scalable, we reach a lot of people. And so I guess I've worked all sorts of other jobs, by the way, before that. But the sacrifice to turn around and decide to build something that really reflected your personal views of helping others, enjoying, having fun, and having a workplace that is positive for my team. It was challenging, I have to say. Even my team members today, we're a flat organization where everybody earns $25 an hour. We decide things democratically. It takes like 6 months for a team member to be like, okay, I get it. I get what we're doing here without people telling you what to do, you know, or being in this relationship. And so it's very dynamic. It's very anti-fragile is what some colleagues said. But it was definitely a huge sacrifice in that sense that you're building your own company and it's reflecting these values. And so very challenging. I don't know that I can recommend it to everybody. It's like you just decide not to work for other companies and you decide to work for yourself and you create a company that reflects your values. And it's challenging, but I took the dip and I never looked back.
Amazing. That's awesome. Alan. Thank you for sharing that, and we're glad you took that leap of faith as well. Awesome, Allison. I'm curious to hear about your thoughts on this question as well.
Yeah. So I think it goes back to what Corey was saying about really knowing yourself and knowing what's important to you and then trusting your gut, right? The gut's been called the second brain. So for me personally, there have been times when I went into a job, it was great. It was great for a number of years until it wasn't. And it started to not align and it started to not feel good. So really knowing yourself, knowing when to walk away and make a change because it is aligning, you know, your personal values and commitments with your professional. Sometimes that happens and you stay in a job forever and it's great. And sometimes you start in day one. This has also happened to me. Day one, you get there and it's like, oh, this is not a good fit. So just knowing yourself and knowing when to walk away.
Yeah, it sounds like knowing your feeling is important too, because Alan was mentioning how, you know, it really felt good. And then you mentioned being in a situation that wasn't good and it just felt bad. So I think that's a great point. Let's get into the next question, which is, what role do meaningful connections play in achieving fulfillment? As soon as I read connection, I thought about you, Lynn, because you said connection well so far. So yeah, why don't you take this one on?
What role? I'm going to try to get deep because I already said something on it. What role does meaningful connections play in achieving fulfillment? Well, this is where we tap into like the idea of this unified field, right? So if I'm having a thought and I'm having a desire or an outcome, an achieved something I want, an achieved outcome for the betterment of humanity, and I have something else, someone next to me, this is called a mastermind, and we have a similar idea or a thought, and then we have other people and we create a web. When we start tapping into the quantum nature of things, connection is everything. I've heard different numbers like 7%, 17%, this idea of a tipping point to really shift a worldview, to really shift a culture, because this is what's desperately needed, like a big shift. And the idea is when we come together like this, we are cementing the groundwork and we're lighting up different parts of the unified field. And the more people that watch it light up and light up and light up, and then we can create this tipping point. And just energetically speaking, you know, it's heavy times for a lot of people. And I've isolated myself very well. I'm dancing around in the Virgin Islands, but I am aware that we have a very trauma-informed panel. I've actually worked with a lot of my clients have had a lot of trauma, and then some of them have not had as much trauma and are just trying to skyrocket. And both are valid journeys. But connection is so important in these spheres, especially when we are working with deeper. I work with a lot of women who have had various degrees of sexual trauma, and it's important to have connections to heal in these spaces, because those aren't things that you really want to do alone. Or so a lot of people like to start their healing journey alone, but it gets to a point where you are wanting to reach out, and that's let you know that your heart is healed, right? When you're ready to reach out and connect with other people that have experienced what you've experienced, that's really when you know you're on your way to fulfillment and you're on your way to really achieving something that's worthwhile, because they're really heart connections.
So powerful. So powerful. Thank you so much. Dr. Lloyd McDowell just joined in. Can you hear us okay? Are you there? It looks like you're on mute. In the bottom left, you should see a mute button. Oh no, she went away. No worries. Let's just keep it going. And anybody else want to speak to
I
this?
do have something to say until we get Dr. Lori back. I was thinking a lot about what you were saying about connection, and two things. One is because that's one of my 4 pillars, and one of the aspects that I speak a lot about is about how terrifying it can be to connect if you do come from a traumatic background. So one of the big challenges for me is because I had such consistent, unfortunately, negative experiences with humans growing up during those developmental stages. I always expected the worst. I thought something terrible would happen if I made myself vulnerable, if I did these things. And so it can take a lot of self-work to get yourself in a position where you feel comfortable with connection, with vulnerability. And so I would encourage people that this is where the bravery comes in, right? This is where the bold moves, like you have to keep putting yourself out there. You have to keep holding space, and this belief that not everyone will do it, right? Excuse me. There's this quote that the right people will teach you that you can do it on your own, but reverse. The wrong people will teach you that you can do it on your own. The right people will show you that you don't have to, right? But that is a learning process. It's not something that you're going to do overnight, especially if most of your experiences have been negative, but it's absolutely worth it because of 2 quotes that I actually wrote down ahead of this panel because I was so impressed when I read this research, which is that the Harvard Study of Adult Development did a study that tracked 80 participants over 80 years. Are you guys familiar with this study? And the results were that they found that close relationships were the strongest predictor of happiness, health, and longevity, more than how wealthy they were or famous they were or how great their genetics were. And then also a separate psychologist Julianne Lunsted, sorry, Juliana, if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, but loneliness had the same negative impact as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. And so we know that we need connection, but we also know that trauma creates a complete fear of connection. So to answer the question, what role does meaningful connection play? It's like we have to address that fear.
Yeah.
We have to, I don't know how it's scary. I don't know, other than pump you up and like get you to go in there and do it. But like we have to do it. Like that's the biggest hurdle, I think, to getting to that fulfillment.
Yeah.
That's my soapbox. I will
That's so good.
climb down
That's so good. I love the
that.
happiness.
Dr. Lori's back.
Yeah. Hey, Dr. Lori, thank you for joining us. Why don't you give us a 30 or 60-second intro on who you are and your work, and we'll get you engaged in the conversation.
Okay, great. Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Great. Yeah, I had technical difficulties this morning, but I am Dr. Lori McDowell. I am an author, speaker, coach, and a recovering chemical engineer. And I work with corporate women who are successful on paper, yet feel like something's missing in their soul. They're burnt out, not living their purpose, and they want really more joy and fulfillment out of life.
Love that. So let me circle back and ask you a follow-up question, which is, what role does meaningful connections play in your work with women?
Yeah, meaningful connections are so important because really, I mean, we can't do it alone. And I think that's something that often in the corporate world, the women I work with, they're competing and they're not, and when they don't have those meaningful connections, they feel alone and they really don't feel like they can, they have no one to turn to, no one to work it. And they're, instead of building each other up, they're competing each other. Although I do one thing about meaningful connections, and it's a quote that I think it was Brian Tyree Henry, the actor, said that if the people around you are not supporting you and lifting you up, then you don't really have a support circle, you have a cage. So those connections do have to be building you up. They have to be giving you positive advice. They have to be supporting you. But if they're holding you back, then maybe those are some connections that you may want to let go. So I think it's not just having connections, it's having the supportive connections, the one that you can really depend on.
Yeah, that's amazing. And it sounds like it's needed in both personal life and professional life. Like whether you're at home or at work, you need those meaningful connections in order to really thrive. So that's awesome. Yeah, I love that. Let's get into the next question, which is, how can organizations create environments that encourage a balanced lifestyle? I think Anita, you mentioned this question earlier. You want to have a stab at it first?
I think there's so many ways our organizations need to create these environments. The business case for it is tremendous. The human case for it is tremendous. Is that me echoing?
Try now. It might be Dr. Lowry.
Okay. Yeah. But so I think one is, again, looking at the whole human, allowing for the different expressions of who we are in our workplaces. I love that Alan is talking about a flat organization and hierarchy. That's going to be a huge part of what we need to do in the future to create safe and sound. We need to look at our policies, not just psychological safety, but psychosocial secure processes and policies that lead to that psychological safety. We need to be kind. We need to allow, again, for autonomy and different expressions of what that looks like. We are different people, and we all have lived experiences, like Corey said, that make us fit different places in the world. And all that difference is necessary. And yet we expect people to check their humanity at the office door and, become part of whatever that collective is. And we bring all of that with us. Like Corey said, for me, I had a very difficult childhood. I had a lot of loss young. It made it hard for me to necessarily have connections. And then my trauma made me a fawner. So I looked great on paper and I looked great in the organization. And I was working 20 hours a day. And the biggest thing I would say any organization can do today is ask the compassionate why. Why are you working 20 hours a day, Anita, for my company? Why don't you participate in meetings? Are you, because maybe that's a freeze response. Why do you prefer not, to participate in social events? Understand the person so that each person can bring their highest and best self to your organization, because you will benefit for it. You will benefit through innovation and creativity, like Corey was talking about. You'll benefit because it's fair and people are more kind in fair environments. So I just think there's so many reasons why we can do it in so many simple ways that it doesn't have to be a complete overhaul of your organization on day one. You don't have to tear everything apart. In fact, not tearing apart your organization from top to bottom is the trauma-informed, kind, caring thing to do for your staff. So, but I went on way too long, so I apologize.
No, thank you. That was incredible.
I'm passionate about this topic, as you can tell.
Yeah, no, that was so good. I love that, and it sounds like I love the word here, lifestyle, because it's deeper than just the environment while you're working. It's more something that has to translate into your personal life and really be a lifestyle. So I appreciate your expressions there. Let's go with Allison. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, to build off what Nita was saying, there's a leader I work with, and she's coined the phrase the platinum rule. So the golden rule is treat others like you want to be treated, but the platinum rule is treat others like they want to be treated. So I think leading with trust and flexibility and assuming positive intent, that's how you're going to create environments where people feel like they have work-life balance and they feel like they're valued and trusted and will be loyal to that company. As Anita was saying, like that, you're going to reap the rewards when you really, look to getting the feedback from your people and understanding where they're coming from.
Yeah. So a lot of it is asking the right questions to your people to, good understanding. That's awesome. All right, let's go. Dr. Lori, do you have thoughts on this question of how can organizations create environments that encourage a balanced lifestyle?
Yes, I think what the other two speakers said is right on. And I also think we have to have our own boundaries too. Often, some people we get in an organization and we feel like we can't say no to anything. And at some point, you have to also realize that you need to set those boundaries too. That sometimes your company, the organization might be just keep asking and asking and asking, and they don't think about it because you never say no. But organizations definitely need to be more careful about setting those boundaries and being clear on what works people, make sure they do have a life balance. But you also have to be true to yourself and realize that you don't always have to say yes just because your company asked you to stay late or work the weekend or do something. That you have to take charge of yourself and set your own boundaries sometimes as well.
Yeah, that's so true. Awesome. We have a few more questions left. Let's try to get through them. The next question is what challenges arise when using technology to support well-being? And I know Alan mentioned some very interesting stats earlier when it comes to young women in the U.S. Who are really being affected by technology. Would you like to speak more on that? Any?
Yeah, I guess it's not only that. We can't just put this and mention women. We have the lowest social indicators since we started measuring social indicators in the United States. So we're pretty much in a sewer, in a ditch, socially, psychologically. The numbers are terrible. We have every number of, we have our doctors commit more suicide than doctors in any other country. Our farmers commit suicide more than farmers. We have all these measurements which are horrendous. And so it's not just technology, and not just to mention women. Men fall apart, and they fell apart after the Great Recession in huge numbers. Suicide by cop, all sorts of disastrous outcomes. And it's been a while that we've been living in that, to the point that maybe we don't see ourselves outside of it. And I guess one way technology can kind of blur your mind a bit and not let you see the landscape clearly. And so, I'm sorry, I have a truck outside coming, but I guess the challenge is when using technologies to be able to use it affirmatively with intention and getting off of it, because it's like a slot machine in Vegas, the darn thing. It's just people just get, and you can't get them off. It doesn't matter if the age. My grandmother could be 90 years old, and you wouldn't believe it. You'll get hooked on the whole thing. And so it's like you really need to have intentionality with its use, and then drop it. Think of it like a nail cutter or something like that, or some silliness like that, and drop it.
Yeah.
That's my 2 cents. But we are in a slump right now, socially as a society, and we can't put all the blame on technology. But eventually, once we go past this transition phase, maybe we have better, more responsible strategies for using technology.
Yeah.
I don't know, because AI is like, it's like a hurricane that just hit us right now. I don't know if we'll be able to take control of this or not, but
Yeah. Let's hope, and I hope conversations like this are able to just view those positive ideas and those humane perspectives on utilizing this technology. So that's why we're all here, which is amazing, right? And but the next question, I want to bring it back to Lynn and Corey, and the question is, how do you see the relationship between purpose and long-term personal growth? Whoever wants to go first, Corey. Let's start with you, Corey. What is how do you see this relationship?
For me, purpose lives in the third pillar. I mentioned that earlier, that for me, your relationship with your creativity, and also we have under that umbrella meaningful work. And so I like to think of what the role of technology is, and this is, what are we using it for? A question that I often ask myself anytime I take any action, whether technology is involved or not: will this seed, the action that I'm planting, likely produce the result I'm hoping for? And so right now, I think we still have this hopefully outdated, hopefully we're outgrowing it, and that's why it feels chaotic. But we have this outdated perspective that we are needing to use technology in the same way that we used to use it, like the hustle culture, the trying to do more, do faster, do everything that we can, and it's really running us down, and it's burning us out, and it's making us unwell. Can we instead look at technology? What seed could we plant? What actions could we take? What machines could we build that actually serve to fix that problem rather than make it work? Like, don't make it worse. Don't make technology the villain by expecting us to accelerate the amount that we're asked to do. But instead, like, how can it alleviate our work burdens? How can it alleviate this kind of constant drive? What purposeful things can we do with technology that would allow us to focus more on that human growth, that spiritual growth, that connection to this? When I say spiritual growth, again, it's not necessarily religious, it's just what it means to be human and to be here and to have this experience. How can technology help us connect with that rather than detach from that? And I think that's the really next big question, not just one, we have many obviously, but one that I would love for an answer to come from in the next, I don't want to put any pressure on us, 5 years, but like, how can we use it to connect rather than disconnect? And I don't know how to solve that equation, but I'm glad that a lot of people are here and we're looking for the answers, because I think that points to we're moving in the right direction, right? Because if you ask good questions, you get better answers. And so I'm going to keep asking these questions until someone tells me something. But yeah, using it to connect and to grow and find purpose rather than disconnect from that with this kind of autonomous getting sucked in, like Alan was talking about. And so that's my hope and my view of it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Seek and you shall find.
Yeah. I'm trying. Let's all just keep trying. I'll turn over these rocks. You get those rocks. Let's see what we come up with.
Yeah, I love it. Awesome, Lynn. Let's bring you into this question, and I want to hear your thoughts on the next question too. I think it fits well with your work, which is, what can individuals do to create sustainable routines that support mental and physical health?
Okay. Well, I'm having this welling up of emotion that actually moved through before I started speaking. So that's nice, but we'll see what happens. But purpose and long-term personal growth for me are one and the same. There is no separation. Our purpose is to experience the pain, the chaos, everything that exists. And this is something I didn't understand for the longest time. I really did think that the purpose was the outcome. So we have a purpose and we have a mission, right? The mission is everyone's specific journey, but the purpose is universal, and it is to grow. And we grow through discomfort and through confronting fear, through feeling uncomfortable things that humans have not typically felt. And so I don't remember exactly what the next question was, but it was pertaining to mental health. And I do think the thing that's lacking is, like, maybe I can well it up, it's not really there, but this feeling, right? This like feeling, like women, we have a lot easier time sometimes tapping into this emotion, this crying, but I find that crying for me is my number one way to release stress, to release tension. And I grew up in a very standard 80s Midwestern suburban household where I was told, don't cry or I'll give you something to cry about. So for a long time, you mix that with that high achiever mentality, and it was just like a hamster wheel of going. And so I think the way to come back and have mental and physical health, it's not necessarily to find a way to cry. For some people, it is to find a way to cry, but it's to find a way to feel. And usually it might even be anger, right? With Taekwondo or some sort of physical thing. But I find under anger is usually sadness. And sadness is much more difficult to feel with anger. So when coming into feeling as a way to balance the mental and emotional world, you just have to come in where you're at. If you're feeling rage, then feel the rage, find a constructive way to feel that, but always be open to going deeper. Go into the sadness, go into the loneliness, go into the void, right? And like, actually, when you go in, you find out it's actually not too scary down there. But sometimes it takes a lot of like dipping in, right? Dipping in. And then it almost like there's been times where I'm like literally laying on the floor in fetal position crying, but I'm witnessing myself and I'm like, oh my God, this is some really deep healing happening right now. And so I just want to invite the world to feel as a way to balance the mental and physical world. I think emotion is what links those two.
Yeah, so good. And as you were talking, I was envisioning the Inside Out movie, where it's all about just emotions, but then associating the emotions with personalities, characteristics, and just being okay with all of them existing together.
Yeah.
You know, so I love that. Thank you for sharing. Well,
Can I just add one little thing, because
course.
it's so well connected to what she's saying, which is when I was talking about the 4 pillars, befriending your mind and emotions. It's that second pillar. That was such a big difference between my experiences and my mother's, is that when she would have these really dark, she was diagnosed as bipolar, just for a little bit of context. So when she would have these really difficult, dark emotional periods, she felt like her emotions were the problem, that they were proof that there was something wrong with her, that they were proof that she was a messed up person who couldn't get better. But it's like, the more you sit with that and the more you befriend them and you just treat them like feedback, you treat them like individual personalities, that they're just part of you. And it doesn't mean that they're trying to sabotage you. You just, sit with them. You become friends with them. I call it befriending your emotions. It makes things so much easier to process and to move through. And so absolutely, I would recommend befriending your emotions to everyone. Absolutely.
Yeah, I love it. This has been so good. And as we end up here, I want to end with one question, and I want everyone to go around and answer. And that question is, it's not in our notes, but I'll ask it anyway. What is one actionable step that you would recommend for prioritizing well-being? Who would like to go first? Allison, let's go.
I'll go. What I would say is make an appointment with yourself, whether it's taking a walk outside, 5 minutes of meditation, just carve out the time, put it in your calendar like a doctor's appointment, and don't miss it, and be consistent, and you will reap the rewards of just carving out that time.
Carving out the time. Incredible. All right, Anita, what are your thoughts? One actionable step you would recommend?
I think both individually, collectively, organizationally, we have to remember we're all human. We have forgotten that. And if we could just remember that we all have emotions, we all have physical bodies that sometimes let us down. We all have relationships that work great and that challenge us. And if we just remember everybody is going through it, and have some compassion around that, I think we could make huge leaps.
Yeah, remember that we're human. I love it. What about you, Lynn? One actionable step that you would recommend?
Dance more. Pick a song, one song a day, put it on and dance like no one's watching. And the more that idea makes you uncomfortable, the more you should make that your thing.
I love it. That's how I felt about when you mentioned crying. I instantly felt discomfort, but maybe that's something to keep in mind. All right, Corey, one actionable step?
Well, now you have to cry. I'm going to expect now you've pointed out that you don't want to do it. There's resistance. The resistance is there. So now it's your homework. My one actionable step would be to lighten up. And I say that because I think we can really take this personal growth journey so seriously. We can put a lot of pressure on ourselves to get better, to do better, to be better. And it can be really hard just to remember that everything you discover about yourself, every moment that you befriend yourself a little bit more, that you love yourself a little bit more, that you give yourself more grace and patience, that you're already winning. Like you're already transforming yourself and your community and the people that you're around enormously. So don't put too much pressure on yourself to be better, to do better, to get the routine right, to do it all perfectly. You know, just lighten up. Just lighten up.
So good. So good. All right, Alan. Alan, bring us home.
Something that helps me is I anchor my day by yoga. I do yoga every day, and it anchors my day. And years ago, I decided, you know what? I'm going to put my well-being above the well-being of my company or whatever company I was running. So, and the way I did it by anchoring that I have to do yoga. I can miss a meeting, but I'm not going to miss this yoga thing every day. And it anchored my day towards my well-being instead of like the well-being of, but mine. You know, and so find one thing in your day that is very selfishly about your well-being and do it every day and anchor your day around that thing. If you have to, if it's so overwhelming where you're not taking care of yourself, anchor yourself and you'll start building things around it, more well-being around it, ornamenting more of your well-being. So that's my
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. This has been a great panel. Thank you for your expressions and for coming and speaking and spending this time with me today. And thank you, audience, for watching, and enjoy the rest of GatherVerse Summit 2025. Our Gather was well. See you all.
Hello, greetings, and welcome to our second fireside chat, GatherVerse Summit 2025. And today I'm very honored to have the one and only Ami joining us today for a fireside chat titled Rethinking Education, Preparing Students for Tomorrow's Challenges. Ami, you're a powerhouse. I am not the best person to introduce you. You do it more better, and you have achieved so much, and we want to hear more from you. Please tell us who you are and why you are here.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. My name's Amy Edelstein. I'm the founder of Inner Strength Education, which brings mindfulness and systems thinking programs into the high schools in Philadelphia right now, and we're going nationally and international. We're working on pilots right now. The work centers around teaching students how to self-reflect, create purpose, understand large-scale systems to depersonalize their experience, and really cultivate the ability to innovate, cultivating that curiosity mindset, that lifelong learning mindset, reflecting on unanswerable questions. What is consciousness? What's the difference between consciousness and thoughts? Why does it matter? And I'm a lifelong meditation practitioner. I actually started way before you were born in 1978 when I was a high school student at a large impersonal public school where nobody really knew my name. I had found some books, and I ended up spending 4 years in immersive study and then 27 years in an international mindfulness center where I taught and traveled and researched and published worldwide. I'm very interested in the potentials of this moment, the intersection of many of our large-scale systems no longer working and haven't been working for a long time. At the same time as we have this rise of new technologies and large language models. So when things shift this much, it means that there are new possibilities. So we're currently working on a multilingual AI tutor to teach mindfulness and systems thinking, to support our English language learners, and other really fun projects. But the root, of course, goes back to human meaning and purpose.
Wow, it's such an honor to have you once again. And I just want to congratulate you for the impact that you have done with Inner Strength Education. I've watched some of your videos, the testimonials from the students, and it's very, very inspiring. And also the books that you have written. And this brings me down to, you mentioned shifts. And right now we are in a major shift. You have witnessed so many shifts from the time you were born, even before I was there. You have witnessed so many shifts. And I believe this one is just vast and too huge to even absorb. And this brings me to the first question, like what shifts in teaching methods are needed to meet the demands of the changing world that you are practically using right now?
So I think the essential shift, which is actually a perennial focus, is to really cultivate the minds and hearts of the next generation, to inspire young people to really pursue deeper values, to aspire to be expressions of our highest human potential, to have connection to vocation, that calling and purpose, and care for their impact on those around them. So care for a greater good, whether it's themselves and their families or their communities or the world. It doesn't have to look any one particular way. But right now we have an education model, which America has exported globally, which was really following the rise of industrialization. So we're preparing students to fit into pieces on a conveyor belt. That wasn't very useful then, and it's certainly not very useful now. What we're looking for in this day and age is people who are wise and compassionate. So people who have that big vision. And that's the biggest shift in education. We can talk about AI, we can talk about digitization, we can talk about personalized learning through technology. Those are all secondary to focusing on what is uniquely human, which is our ability to reflect on ourselves, our actions, our purpose, and cultivate ourselves.
Yes, that is very, very true when it comes to learning about ourselves. And I think the previous panel talked about that. And, I just have a follow up with the current education system. Do you think the current education system can adapt to this kind of learning? And how does it do that effectively?
Well, that's a big question. How can our current learning environment?
Yeah.
We have many different learning environments, and we're very siloed. So it's tricky to establish norms across learning environments. But what we see is that other forms of learning, social media is a form of learning, whatever we think about how it's being used, but it's a form of learning. So we could be training our large language models on emergent dialogue, wisdom and compassion, self-reflection and self-knowledge, inclusion and equity, an interest in those who are different. We could actually be training as a foundation our large language models to interact with young people in a way that would promote their health and well-being as well as their innovation mindset. So if they're always interacting that way, and those algorithms push that instead of pushing, pre-teenage girls down a negative pathway that makes them worry about their appearance and plant the seeds for many mental health issues, we could do the opposite. And if we did the opposite, that would certainly free up mind space and plant the seeds for teachers to do what they do well, which is mentor and advise and serve as role models with a passion for learning.
That's very profound. And I just want to follow up to that because I feel like this is a very, very intimate topic and it's very close to my heart because I'm a young person as well. And there's so many young people that are watching right now. You have been a very huge advocate of preparing young people like me for the future of tomorrow. And my question is, what role does hands-on learning play in preparing students for the future?
So I think that's one shift that I see a lot in the public schools that I work in inner cities, is there's a shift away from book learning and learning en masse to learning in situ. So internships, real life applications. And what they found, and there's a lot of research to support this since Maria Montessori and on from then, is that when students, as young as 2 years old, feel that they're contributing, they feel that they're of value, then they rise to the occasion. So at home, when you're cooking, have your child do something that is useful to the meal, not in a plastic fake cookware, but for the meal, because it gives them a sense of being a contributor. The age appropriate levels in school, we can do project-based learning, we can do internships, and have them at developmentally appropriate levels, working with mixed age groups and working with others so that they feel that they're not getting ready for real time, they're in real time. And when you're in real time, you take yourself seriously, you take your life seriously, you rise up, you don't need to be told to rise up because you feel like you matter. And one of the things we see is a crisis of meaning and younger people feeling like nobody will notice if they're here or not. Nobody cares, really. And we want them to feel that they're coming into a world that doesn't just care about them personally or knows them individually, but cares en masse. And then that will bring out that noble human aspiration to keep stretching.
Yeah, that is very powerful. I really relate to that when you mentioned the analogy of when you have a child in the kitchen, you just don't give them their plastic toys. You give them a role to participate in the cooking, and they will feel part of it, and they would love to contribute to that more, and they will be willing to help. And this applies even to the whole education system, where it's not just about the theory side of it, but also putting the learners to the practical world, and they can feel that they are part of it. That is very, very interesting. I found that very, very, it sunk in me. It really did sunk well with me. And just to ask another question, you have had a very big experience. You have over 20 years of being in the learning industry. And what advice would you give educators balancing traditional systems and the current innovation? What's your advice for them?
I think the role of a teacher is to mentor. And we can all remember that one teacher who touched us. They saw us, they gave us a little bit of encouragement. And maybe you have to go all the way back to grade school. Mine, it was my 5th grade teacher, Mrs. McVeigh, and I still remember her. And I became a writer because of her, because she saw how much I loved it, how much of a passion I had for it. And that kind of human encouragement and mentorship is so important. And it can give children that sense that they're worth something. Then innovation is there. Innovation is there for, I think we can do amazing things with personalized learning, especially using large language models to create culturally appropriate context. So children from different cultural backgrounds and different languages can relate to the math problems and the science problems, that we can really revise and innovate so that they're learning the same math or science, but they're learning it in ways that are meaningful to them. And so it'll stick. So I think we can do things like that. I think AI can really lift a tedious burden off of teachers so that they're able to be present. So I think what one of the opportunities we have right now is to value teachers even more than we ever did before, because there's no replacement for that person who sees you and cares. And if we can free up a lot of the busy work of grading papers and tracking progress and see charts and graphs instead of doing it by hand. That, of course, is what our teachers need. They need their time for the little human beings in front of them who just want to be, they want somebody to share their passion and their love. They want somebody to look at their project and meet them in that curiosity. And then that's what plants those seeds for future unimaginable creativity. We can't predict what problems or what potential solutions the young people of today are going to experience tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the 14-year-olds of today, in 10 years, we can, you know, when they're 24, right out of college, or maybe they just went to trade school or went straight into work, we have no idea what's going to be on their plate. We didn't imagine, you know, some people did who were in the know, but I personally didn't imagine ChatGPT 10 years ago.
Yes.
So let's prepare them in the ways that we can so that they have the confidence to explore and experiment and see an unimaginable path forward. That's what we need. We need to teach them systems thinking. We need to teach them how to deal with complexity in a simple way. We need to teach them about awareness. I think contemplative practice, some form of mindfulness-based contemplation is essential so that they really learn to use themselves as a tool of discovery.
Yeah.
And if we do that, then, you know, it's an X factor. We're empowering, you know, something that we can't predict in a good way, because we're supporting wholesome values along the way.
Wow.
We're supporting respect, meaning, purpose.
Yeah, and thank you to all the teachers who are watching. We have a very good education community around GatherVerse, and thank you for even highlighting the importance of educators. We value educators out here, the people who are watching. I also want to shout out to my teacher who saw me too. Her name was Mrs. Mwangi. She saw me too, and I really resonated with that. You know, I'm also curious. You have been teaching students how to innovate. I have seen some of the testimonials of students who you have taught. We have an upcoming youth summit, and we will have youths there. And one of the things we're going to talk about is innovation. But I want to just find out from you, how do these young people cultivate the mindset of innovation in a place where AI is almost telling us what to do, or where people are depending on AI to tell them what to do? What is the place of thinking? What is the place of the human mind to innovate itself? How do you tackle that?
So I mean, some of the practices that I do with students are self-reflective practices. So today in class, we did mindful walking. So I had them to really question, so what's the role of gravity? What's the role of the structure of the human spine to hold you upright? How can you penetrate your personal experience of walking slowly across the room and question those things that you never really thought about? And what does that teach you about evolution, about human structure, about gravity, about physics? And then I challenge them to think, well, what if that piece of ground where you were stepping was calling you to step there? Instead of you placing, I'm going to walk there, I'm going to put my foot there. Imagine, just thought experiment. What if that piece of ground were calling you to be there? How does that change your balance, your relationship to the ground, your relationship to the people around you, all of those things? So I had them to just explore their experience in a very flesh and blood way. And then you can extrapolate to all these more complicated systems. What does that mean about biology, about evolution, about gravity, about physics, about anatomy, you know, all these, and then about consciousness. Who has consciousness? Do people only have consciousness? Does wood have consciousness? You just plant those seeds, and that gets them to start thinking. So there's no digital device involved. I'm not a Luddite. I'm fine with digital technology. I am concerned about what you said, that people will become lazy because they're not activated by that passion for learning. And teachers are too busy to activate that passion because teachers haven't figured out how to use AI to free up time. So I think what we, as parents, teachers, adults, aunties, uncles, mentors, neighbors, big brothers, big sisters, is wherever, whatever you're doing, ask those younger people questions about their experience. Just bringing through dialogue that sense that, oh, I'm not just walking. This could teach me about the evolution of the human form. Who thought?
Right. And I mean, we could have spent so much time with you. There's so much to learn from you, but time is not our side. We have another panel coming up. We're really grateful for the wonderful time we spent with you, and we look forward to have you back here at GatherVerse. And for us, this is a bye. Over to you, GatherVerse team. Thank you so much, Ami. See you soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Hello.
Great to see you today.
Hello.
Welcome to this great panel. We're going to have about the role of technology in building a sustainable future. So if you guys want, we can start with a quick round of introductions so everyone can know a bit of the work each of us is doing. So I can start. My name is Andrea Camargo. I'm the founder of Refi Collective, an organization based in Bogota, Colombia. And we're leading the regenerative transition here in Latin America. It's a pleasure to be here. Who wants to jump in for the introduction?
I'll go ahead. Hi. I'm William Jackson. I am here in Jacksonville, Florida. I'm the CEO of Metaverse WP and My Quest to Teach, where we create metaverse environments to support the disabled and accessibility. So, thank you.
Thank you, William.
I'll jump in next. My name's Russell. I am the founder of Just Verify, and I'm also the director of partnerships at GatherVerse. And yeah, I like to keep my introductions short and sweet, so happy to be here as always.
I would go next. So my name is Sumaya, and I'm currently leading our technology and product teams as a chief product officer for a category-defining AI and Web 3.0 startup. I have 15 plus years of experience across 4 continents, multiple countries, and I specialize in technology, AI-driven B2B and B2C products, and building high-performing teams. And I'm happy to be here, and I would be more than happy to answer the questions of our audiences and engage in the discussion on this topic. Thank you.
Okay, I can go next. My name is Ganesh Raju. I'm based out of Houston, Texas. I'm a serial entrepreneur and investor. I also focus a lot on AI. I have a company that we have EV charging manufacturing facility that focuses on the manufacturing of EV charging equipment and software solutions for EV charging. I also have a company that focuses on Web3, AI, and digital twins and IoT. I also have another company that we focus on energy management system, how AI can optimize microgrids and energy storage in general. Right. So that's about me. Thank you. Glad to be here.
Thank you, Ganesh.
I'll be happy to go next. I'm Thomas R. Wilson. I run RNH Creative Advocacy and Storytelling. We are an organization dedicated to utilizing creativity and stories in a variety of ways to help people within the neurodiverse, mental health, and many other communities. especially we use technology to help bring in the idea of accessibility, expand what it looks like, but also examine how creativity in general via technology or otherwise can ultimately be used to empower people and raise up voices in a world that so often wants to take it away. I will leave it short and sweet there, but I do quite a bit, wear all the hats, I say. We don't have enough time for me to get into everything, but thank you for having me here.
Okay, hi everyone. I guess I'm the last person, so I'm called Humphrey Mukaga. I'm the founder of Green Change Initiative. We are an organization that is found in Kenya. So basically, what we are involved in, we are working with the university students, where we have partnered. We do cleanups and also collections of litter, and later on we recycle the plastic bottles. So basically, that's what we do. And happy to be here with all of you.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's a real pleasure to have all these amazing minds here all together. So let's start with our first question. I would like to address this one to Ganesh. So how do you think technology can help create a long-term environmental stability?
Well, I think AI and all this new technology, emerging technology that has come out recently is something that enhances the ability to the sustainable future, right? So I see a lot more potential in various ways, right? So AI-driven smart grids, just by it can reduce the energy waste up to 20% just by integrating AI into it, right? So having blockchain used for carbon tracing can eliminate greenwashing. That is something that is happening a lot in that area, right? You can start tracking and use the blockchain for that. You could use digital twins in industries to eliminate waste and have a better sustainable future. Some of the studies say that just using digital twin, having predictive analytics can save up to 30% of your cost. You could simulate everything through digital twin, and eliminate waste in the materials, right? So I'm super passionate about AI in general. I see now everybody is talking about AI, and AI just brings in so much potential in every possible way. It affects every single industry, name it manufacturing, transportation, and anything else. So just incorporating AI, using the data, having better traceability with other technologies like blockchain, right? So those are the potential that I see with the technology.
Thank you, Ganesh. Someone else wants to jump in this question? Go ahead, Russell.
Yeah, I also think when it comes to AI, I know obviously there's a lot going on around obviously the energy sector, and also with building the data centers, etc. From that standpoint. But eventually, from all kind of like the research and stuff that I've done, is that energy will be eventually created by AI itself, right? As in, it'll be self-efficient. It'll create new forms of electricity, and it will eventually be able to keep bringing itself over in terms of the electricity standpoint. So you hear a lot about it going on, and obviously how it's adding to electricity right now in global warming, which obviously I completely agree with. But over time, as we build more data centers, build more AI, and build more sort of like energy efficiencies within that, and also making it sustainable, eventually AI will be able to do itself and create its own electricity, and then be able to be self-sufficient. So in terms of that standpoint of AI, that's why I think in that side of things. And in terms of blockchain, blockchain is very environmentally friendly anyway now compared to what it used to be. So it has transformed a lot over the years. And I think when it comes to sort of certain blockchains like Tezos, even certain blockchains like Flow blockchain, etc. A lot of these blockchains are, less than like a light switch now, or even a tweet that you do on Twitter or X as it's called now. So I think when it comes to the environmental side and stability, we still have a long way to go, but I think it's getting there in terms of the blockchain side and also the AI side.
Yeah, definitely. So you want to jump in, Sumaya?
Yes, Andrea, I would like to add here, although Ganesh and Russell made valid points, but I think that being someone who has been involved with AI for more than a decade, and I've seen the evolution of AI when it was not even used to be called AI since then until now, and I've been working in industry. I think they made valid points, but we have to be very mindful considering that, yes, AI has a lot of potential, but that potential will not realize itself until we make a very deliberate effort here. And what I mean exactly by that, just assuming that building a lot of data centers or using data will be environment friendly or will provide environmental stability, well, the data right now and statistics right now says otherwise. And I'll give a very specific example. So when we talk about large language models or very large language models and even small language models, we have recently seen the comparison between what, for example, ChatGPT is using in terms of their hardware or GPU capacity as compared to what DeepSeek is using. And even if we see a huge difference there, but still the amount of energy which is required to run the hardware for any LLM and VLM and even SLM is huge. It's humongous. Their carbon footprint is equally huge. So just assuming that building data centers or using data will increase the environmental stability, I think it's from a theoretical point of view, it's correct. But when you work in industry and you look at the actual impact or the carbon footprint on the environment, right now for AI, it's huge. And so it is for blockchain. So we as humans have to be very deliberate. We have to make concentrated and vertically integrated efforts, as we call them in industry, in order to minimize the carbon footprint if we want environmental stability, while continuing our exploration with AI and blockchain both.
Wow, love this point. And I will pass the word to you, William, but I really love what you're saying, Sumaria, because there are so many perspectives in terms of the relationship of technology and sustainability. And these perspectives sometimes are based on our own paradigms and our mental models. And if we go a bit deeper and we start questioning these paradigms, we open up so many questions and so many more perspectives that right now I think this conversation is creating. So go ahead, William. Thank you.
And I appreciate all the perspectives that everyone is providing and more to come. But I think we cannot forget the fact that we must teach our young people how to effectively use and apply AI, because they're using it in schools, but unfortunately, because they don't have the guidance and the background and the mentorship, that they're using it in inappropriate ways. One of the things we need to focus on is gaining the comprehensive status of teaching our students in professional development and guiding them and mentoring them, because it was mentioned before, teachers don't have the time during the instructional day. So whether it's a workshop for the students, and I always believe in professional development for students, not just for teachers, because after teaching 33 years, we still need to get our students involved and engaged with hands-on project development. But the case of the use of the energy, the use of the data, all of that students need to be aware of so they can manage it and they can be prepared for the future. How else can these businesses and industries hire employees that are functional and ready to go in these environments if they don't have the preliminary training? One of the things we've noticed is globally, there's a different perspective of AI. When we're teaching in Africa, African students have a different perception of AI than the students that we teach in Central and South America. Students in Europe have a different perspective in how to use AI as opposed to students in South America. So collectively, we need to look at each individual dynamics and focus on an instructional model or curriculum or project-based learning to get them to understand the basic concepts of how it applies around the world. So. Thank you.
Thank you so much, William. I definitely agree with what you're saying. Think globally and act locally. So let's move to our next question. I want to address this question especially to Humphrey and Thomas. So what advancements are proving most effective in addressing resource challenges right now?
I'll jump in right now. So I think a lot of it, like my perspective is very different than a lot of people on the chat, but I think for me, a lot of my focus comes from the accessibility to people in the community and making sure that we can get tools and technology out to people. And I think especially when we talk about like the neurodiverse, mental health, people with lived experience in any diagnosis, one of the hardest things really is getting resources out to people. There is a lot out there. There's a lot of tools, a lot of capacity, a lot of things. But unfortunately, especially when it's like families or students, or there is a lot of, ambiguity. I work with a lot of people on day to day that would benefit from AI and technology in general, but the knowledge just isn't out there. Being someone working in the field, it's very easy for me to know what is there, but so often families at home, especially if they're living with like autism or something that impedes their ability to get into community, they don't always know. And it's interesting because when we look at technology and resources, it can be very, like I keep saying, it can be very obvious to go, oh, these are them. But it's very important to know that there are a lot of impediments in that process. And whether or not it's on a website, whether or not it's AI, I think the other thing that really comes into it is the education element on how to use those resources. Unfortunately, so many people in this world in general, they have things that are waiting for people to utilize. They have things that can better their lives. But there's also just so many blocks, there are so many challenges that people face on a day-to-day basis. And I think when we talk about advancements, one of the great things about this effectiveness is our human connection. I know a lot of people, they complain about the internet or they think it's bad, but we live in this era in which technology and advancements are more accessible. We have more resources to get out to people. We have more ways to get that information out. We have more ways to help people. And I think one of the most effective ways to do that is these conversations and also this advancement in technology. We live in this era where we have never been information wise. We live in an era where we can go out and we can hold spaces that can be virtual and present. And we also have this advancement in the idea of how to better communicate. I know, like I say, many people are worried about our state of humanity, but when we look at things through a strength-based mindset and utilize these advancements well, we have this wonderful capacity to be unified and connected in human ways that are profound and outstanding.
Thank you, Thomas. Really powerful. Please, Humphrey, go ahead.
Yeah, so having been working in the recycling industry, where we do bottle recycling, where we work with students around universities in Kenya. One of the things that I've found is, coming from Kenya, where I'll say that there's actually no culture, like there's a little culture of conservation. One of the things that we are doing is we are going and educating and sensitizing the communities and also the students in universities, because these are the people, they come from like the remote areas and the local areas of the country. So what we are doing is to sensitize them on how we can recycle and separate the different the different litter or trash that we collect, and then from there we do the recycling, and that has proven has proven to be efficient in addressing the challenge of the plastic bottles that we have been seeing around most of the towns and also around the universities. Also, one of the things that I'll say is personally, I have a background in architecture. So one of the things that I've also been advocating as one of the in the construction industry is the use of green materials, where we refer to them as green architecture. So nowadays we have different materials that are coming out as energy efficient, and also they also they have a longer lifespan. So when you're using these materials, you are conserving first of all, you are reducing the impact on the environment, and also the lifespan of the materials is also an efficient way of addressing the challenge of the scarce resources that we have.
Just to understand it better, did you say dream materials?
Yeah, I meant it's called green architecture.
Green
so
architecture.
This is where,
Got it.
yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Humphrey. Yeah, and I think that some of the ways we think about resources have been very limited to scarcity. And when we start to open our minds into, okay, what does nature can provide? And of course, nature is really, really abundant. Then how can we have this mindset towards resources, not in a scarce, but in a more abundant way, right? So thank you for your comments. Let's go to the next question. How can new developments reduce harm to the environment? And all of these questions have been really, really connected. But anyone who wants to jump in right now to answer this question would be great. Go ahead, Willie.
If you don't mind, I want to address that by repeating what Humphrey was saying about the developments across Africa. The irony about our plastics is that it's affecting countries that really don't produce the plastic, but they're suffering because the plastic in our oceans. And if you look at some of the recycling and refurbishment, redevelopment programs in Africa across that continent as a whole are phenomenal. Even though they don't create the plastic, they're directly being affected because of the trash in the oceans. So globally, what needs to be done is collaborating and working with countries across the continent and reinforcing what they're trying to do, because they're making phenomenal progress, even with the lack of funding and the lack of industrial resources that are benefiting the economy and the environment. So when you have countries like the United States that really take it for granted what we're producing, but when we dump it, we don't care where it goes, just to be honest, or across certain places in Europe where they are trying their best, but they're coming across challenges. We need to look at other countries and collaborate and work with them and even copy what they're doing to support them, as opposed to ignoring them, because we do a dishonest and an injustice to our environment, which in the next few years is really going to catch up with us. We're looking at climatic changes now, but just imagine, oceans of trash that are washing up on our beaches, which are happening now, but on resort areas, on supposedly safe areas in the oceans and the seas. And that will really influence the environmental conditions of the plant life and animal life that we rely on. So thank you.
I would like to build on that, specifically given the fact that this topic or this question is very close to my heart. And the reason for that is that I have worked across 4 continents, 25 plus countries, and I've visited even more. So my work takes me to places, and I'm like pretty much a global citizen. But I would also like to highlight the facts, building on what William said, that it's not that we are talking about some far-fetched future when we talk about that how these new technological developments can reduce the harm to environment. I'm a very data-driven person, so I will give examples here, like real-life examples. In 2022, Pakistan, which only contributes less than 1% to the global warming, went through the worst floods in last 50 years, and the floods impact has taken them back by 50 years. So a developing nation which is already struggling, and now the floods came in and it took them back by 50 years. And the reason for flood, according to all the data, is the global warming produced by the developed countries, including US and Europe, which are contributing more than 50% to the global warming. So the point which William made is really pertinent here, that we need to have a global perspective. We need to educate ourselves, all of us here, and through our talks to our global audience, that we need to have a holistic perspective here, come out of our own bubbles and just repeating the things which we hear from some industry leaders, that yes, technology is doing a lot of good, but technology has the other side or other impact of it as well. And we have to expand our horizons to look at real life data. And this is the point where I think that environmental data or collecting climate data or collecting the impact of this technology on our overall environment will do us a lot of favor as species, as human species altogether, because looking at one part of the world suffering so much, and this is just one example out of hundreds. In interest of, I can give 100, but in interest of time, I'll just keep it there. And I'll just say that we really need to utilize data in order to see that the technology which we are using right now, because people talk about a lot about, for example, blockchain or Web 3.0, they don't realize that if you're using it for financial services or for mining, the environmental impact which you are making or the carbon footprint which you are leaving is devastating. So it's not the technology which gives edge to us, it's the holistic knowledge and utilization of data for mitigating real life problems which we need to focus on. And with that, I will also like to end on a positive note, that companies like, for example, IBM, I know that they are using Watson X, which is their AI capability or cognitive capability, as they like to call it. They have been utilizing AI and data in, for example, South American countries to mitigate some of these climate impacts by using predictive analytics upfront. So this is what technology is required to be used, rather than just focusing on, just the charm or the buzzword of AI or Web 3.0 or building big data centers in these developed countries, and without realizing how it's impacting our brothers and sisters in the other parts of the world, because people are suffering real time. They have been suffering for past few years because of the technology which we use. And I will finally connect it back to what Thomas said, based on community initiatives and impact. Technology is only good if it's serving the community. And for me, community is all human community all around the world. Thank you.
If I can jump in just really quickly.
Thomas.
I want to say thank you everyone for this conversation. This is an amazing topic. I really love the honesty in this. The only thing that I will add to this is I think we also need to rethink and reutilize how we use education, particularly on the idea of the environment and all of these topics. It's a running joke in a lot of TV shows that you can't scare kids anymore, or you can't do things. And I think when we look at, especially like younger generations, there is so much social consciousness in so many younger kids nowadays, more than I know I had when I was that age. And so I think when we look at these topics, it's really important to look back on how we teach, how we spread this information, because so many people are taught how we want them to learn, how we want them to gather information, how to utilize these things. I think we need to step back and apply more empathy and patience in our education systems on a variety of topics. I know that I grew up with people trying to scare me into being into recycling, into being more eco-friendly. It did not work. It shamed me. It made me more upset. If I didn't put something away, it was very upsetting. But youth nowadays, there's a lot of evidence to support this. I'm not going to go into it. I'm not going to try to be too long. But when we teach people how they actually learn, when we provide lessons and education in a capacity that is encouraging, fosters that that understanding, that real world application, people learn better. And I think that as we go, as our world changes, because it's going to, if we can step back and actually collaborate with our students, collaborate with the generations that are coming up, we can really tackle these ideas. And we can, and I know William sent in the chat an amazing message about having to have unification through communication and collaboration. And I think we really need to implement that in education, and we can raise the generations that are coming up now and future generations on that understanding that knowledge is a collaborative aspect, and that our environment needs to be a collaborative aspect, and that technology in general, like it was said just a moment ago, if it doesn't work for the community, and not just our local communities, but the world, it doesn't work. And I think that's a really important thing to highlight.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I definitely think these narrative changes that not only we spread into our community, but especially children and students, are crucial for us to really get involved into, creating action and change towards a more sustainable or regenerative world. Let's go into this question because I'm conscious of our time. So, how do partnerships across industries accelerate progress in sustainability? And I really like this question because it expands into a more systemic, cross-cultural talk in today's panel. So please go ahead, anyone who wants to start.
Well, I'll go ahead if nobody else is. One of the important things is sharing in the classroom, and I always refer back to the classroom and business environment, is that project-based learning is very important because you have to embed in each project the cultural background of your students. You do your students and even your employees where you work at disadvantage and discounting their backgrounds and their culture and their heritage, because they bring that along with them to apply in their learning and their engagement and the efficiency of their work. So many of the projects that my wife and I created when we're teaching are finding out the backgrounds. Where are they from? Latin America. What part of Latin America, whether it's Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Colombia, or wherever, how can we embed those cultural backgrounds into the projects that they're doing? Because when you're learning and teaching, you want your students, and in this case, also in business, your employees, to take that information and apply it outside of that current environment, because this spreads the awareness of what needs to be improved, what needs to be changed, what needs to be adapted, what needs to be blended, who you can collaborate with to make effective change. And I think sometimes we forget about that because we look at all of us as human beings, yes, but our cultural backgrounds and dynamics make us think a particular way and behave a particular way, excuse me, because of our background and history. So when we're collectively here together, we're taking all this information and hopefully we're not keeping it in ourselves, but we're sharing it with our backgrounds and our cultures and our communities. So that way we know who we can collaborate on future projects. So, thank you.
Thank you, William. And sharing a bit of my personal story, I really had this experience of integrating different industries in the work we do right now. I started as a veterinarian, and now I do impact investment and connect different projects across Latin America with global impact investors. So I really think this mindset related to nature and biology is really creating a different, let's say, strategy for our projects, integrating, for example, biomimicry and nature-based solutions into the technological development, so we can, create this evolution of technology that has already kind of embedded this sustainability mindset inside. Ganesh, I want to call you out here because I think your perspective will be really, really powerful here.
Yeah, absolutely. The question about partnership across industry, when it comes to that, I see that the partnership needs to be between the corporates as individuals, as a community, the corporates and the government, right? As a whole, right? So from government being involved in the regulations, I don't just see them as a guardrails, but enabler in and providing clear directions and giving incentives to help the sustainability, right? So that's how I see from the government standpoint, and that should come to the corporates as well, the incentives and how they can adapt and how they can partner, not just in the corporate individually, but across the other corporates as well, how they can partner with other corporates and look at help this sustainability, right? So the challenges would be in that case, right? How the data is shared between corporates. That's where the government should step in and create proper guidance, incentives, and help the sharing of data between the corporates, and make it open and use the data and the technology to help the sustainability.
Really, really important points. Yes, go ahead, Maya.
I would just quickly like to add on, Andrea, what you mentioned earlier. I believe that we need 3 distinct types of partnerships. So one partnership is across the industry among corporates, nonprofits, and governments. So that's what I mean by the industry partnerships. The other partnership, which I would say we need, is a cross-functional partnership, which you mentioned earlier, Andrea. For example, from my research, I utilize AI, machine learning, and deep learning for biotechnology, bioengineering, and bioinformatics. And that's the cross-functional partnerships which we need in order to fully drive or fully reap the impact of technology. The third type of partnership which we need is cross geographical partnerships or global partnerships. Again, I'll link it back to the point which I made earlier, that until and unless we take different regions and their needs, specific community needs or grassroots level needs into account, and we combine all of that data together and bring it together to make holistic solutions using the technology, if that partnership, that cross geographical partnership is not there, we will not be able to reap the benefits of technology or the maximum potential of the technology. So these are the 3 distinct types of partnerships which I see on the basis of my work and research, which we need. Some is happening, but we need to put a lot of more work and efforts there.
Thank you so much, Sumaya. A great summary of these 3 types of partnerships. Humphrey, do you want to talk a little bit about your experience into the public-private sustainability initiatives you're leading?
Yeah. When you're talking about partnerships, I think there's also a perspective on where I'm looking at it from the informational exchange just between continents. So these I'm looking at how countries, if you look at as William had said, the developed countries, they're really the impact on the environment, the kind of pollution and what they are releasing to the environment they're contributing a lot to the environmental damage, I'll say. But if you look at countries in Africa, they're really contributing a very small percentage of carbon dioxide and the greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. So I was looking at a perspective whereby industries in Africa, either in the US, or in the industries in Europe or industries in Asia, where there's that big production of greenhouse gases to the environment, they can benchmark and come to the countries in Africa and see what are they doing so that the environmental and the greenhouse emission to the environment is low. That was what I'm looking at.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Humphrey. I want to jump to this question because I know it's kind of what we're all striving for in this panel. Like, how can we balance these short-term results with long-term sustainability, resilience, regeneration? You know, it has many names, but we all want to do the best for our planet, for our community. But of course, this traditional narrative of progress upon destroying our planet or extracting resources has been dominated since many years now. So how can we really start to innovate in these short-term results without losing the long-term vision?
I'll jump in this one. For some reason, I got knocked off with the internet, so I have no idea what happened or what's been discussed. So bear with me if I do repeat anything or anyone said or etc. But I think balancing short-term results with long-term sustainability, I think you can set specific goals and KPIs within your organization, right, in order to be able to balance that, right? So you can have the long-term goal of sustainability of what you want it to be, and then in the short term, you can reduce your carbon footprint as much as possible, whether that's offsetting, whether that's through carbon credits, or whatever sort of initiative that you want to use. So I think you can find a balance between both, as in the long-term goal of what you want to achieve versus also the short-term, how you can reduce that as much as possible, whether that means flying less, whether that means whatever way you want to do it, like less plastic, whatever it may be. I think you can find that balance between those both. And I think if you have certain KPIs in which you limit yourself within and keeping your carbon footprints low internally within your organization, then I think that's a kind of a nice way to sort of balance that. Because at the end of the day, we all can only do what we can do. And also, how you said earlier with collaboration, right? I think obviously that's key as well. But I think we can all do our part individually and kind of how we can do that. But also at the same time, we can have a long-term strategy or goal which we want to achieve that we can, head towards overall in the right direction. So that's kind of like what I think. And that's what I would personally do in Just Verify and everything like that. So
thank you, Russell. Someone else wants to comment on this one?
I'll jump in. So I think when we balance short-term results with long-term sustainability, one thing that I would emphasize is not forgetting about us as people, and really emphasizing, whether it's the community, whether it's one person, whether it's a group of people, whatever it is, we have to be able to make sustainable something that is accessible to everyone. I know there's a lot of mindsets around accessibility and things. A lot of people have some frustration with it, but at its core, sustainability and accessibility really are just about benefiting everyone in the community and allowing people to live their best life as much as they can. And I think one of the things that really is a core aspect of sustainability, a couple things. One of them is community, right? If we have community members who cannot access or utilize things, then they are realistically not part of the sustainability mindset. And we need to remember that. And I think the other thing is, when it comes to sustainability, especially long-term sustainability, it is best to build our programs, our desires, our technology in ways in which all people can benefit. And I know there's always like the mindset of like, Skynet from Terminator and things and all these different things. But we as human beings are incredibly capable. We are incredibly wise, and we know how to build things that can benefit people. So I think we have to go with that community, that collaboration mindset going forward. And I know it can be cost effective, it can be easier, it can be less labor. But when we cut people out of things for the sake of sustainability, like I said, it's not sustainability. It is a short-term plan that's ultimately going to fail.
Can I quickly add to that?
Yes, 1 minute.
Sure. I'll quickly add to that. So being an engineer, I think one of the approaches which I would take to this is reverse engineering. So think about the long-term goals first, because those are the goals which matter for us as a collective human species and for this planet. And then reverse engineering back from the end long-term goals, that what are the short-term targets or short-term results we need to achieve in order to reach to those long-term goals. So that's way the entire system is integrated, but through reverse engineering. That's what I use in my day-to-day work, that meeting long-term targets or goals and reverse engineering from those to build my short-term goals or results. So I think if we can use that for environment, again, with a collective approach and a collective end goal in mind, that could be a very good approach to use.
So can I just add something as well? Sorry, just to jump into.
Really
I know we've run out of time, but one thing I will also say is in terms of AI and also, technology side, if technology side gets used in the right way too, that could be really beneficial as well. But it just has to be used in the right way as well, in terms for short term and also long term as well. But anyway, that's all I wanted to add. Thank you, Andrea.
No, thank you guys for this amazing conversation. I learned so much. Let's definitely connect and keep collaborating for creating this common future we all want to be in. It was a pleasure to have this conversation, and see you soon. Our Gather was well. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for having us, Andrea.
No, thank you guys.
Welcome to the GatherVerse Summit. I'm Dr. James Hudson from Lindenwood University, and I'll be sharing with you some of our research that we've been doing in the College of Arts and Humanities, and especially looking at how we can augment humanity. Instead of thinking about AI replacing us, how can AI empower us to be even more human? Now, we've seen these statistics and fears, that being, will I be displaced? Will AI take my job? And the answer is actually deceptively wrong. We're framing the question wrong. Yes, there are quite a bit of positions that are going to be displaced, and we will need to upskill. We will generally all be learning new and gaining new skills, but that doesn't make us less human. These things that are fairly automatable, things such as data entry, telemarketers, programmers, we even have consultants down 20% as of 2024. But that doesn't mean that we have to fear this type of augmentation. We find that there are many people who are very fearful of what AI represents, both in education and in industry. So we know that by 2030, we're going to have a major shift in demographics. We're going to have 10,000 baby boomers per day reaching the age of retirement at 65. We're going to find that Gen Z is going to constitute 30% of the workforce. But the latest statistics show that 59% of those of us in the workforce today will require retraining and upskilling by 2030, which of course is a scary thought for many. But again, that's not what makes us human. Now, the latest report from the World Economic Forum from 2025 and the future of jobs clearly shows that we will have 170 new jobs created, but 92 million displaced. So we're going to have 78 million jobs created, or 7% growth in industry by 2030. So there's going to be more jobs, not less. We know there are the fastest growing areas that have to do with AI and data science. Those that are most at risk are those that can be automated. But importantly, we're talking about AI augmenting most work, not replacing it. So we find that the automation of human tasks that are repetitive certainly will rise to 33% by 2030. But human AI collaboration is going to be the key to success, and that's not making us less human. Now, Gen Alpha is what we're going to be looking at next, or Gen AI, or the generative generation, as I like to call them, because they are going to be growing up as my children in a world where generative, the creation of content, and if you can think it, you can make it, is a reality from when they were children. And they're going to be going out into the workforce by 2030. We find that this generation is not hampered by previous conceptions of what can and can't be done. As a matter of fact, they are possibly and importantly one of the most kind of optimistic of the generations as of late. But what we need to take into account here is that Gen Alpha will have, on average, a 100-year work life. We know that they're already beyond digital natives, they're generative natives, right? So we're thinking about Gen Z being digital natives, right? Growing up in a world with smartphones, the internet, and social media. But in this case, we're talking about those that will have a much easier time, right, with what's coming. Now, what is happening and why it feels so disruptive is the fact that we're moving very fast. We're not given a chance to catch up, and so it's very disorienting. Now, especially disheartening that many people find is the most recent models as of December 2024 outperform PhD level individuals with Google. We find that this is, of course, going to really scare those with domain expertise. But my point is, what is the point? So what if they're smarter than us? We've always had robots that were performing beyond human level. What's important is what we do with them, right? Because the faster we get past this phase and have a growth mindset, the better off we will be. So trying to compete with AI and computational tasks, per Sam Altman, is like trying to outrun a calculator in arithmetic. It doesn't make sense, and that's also not what makes us human. We need to develop complementary skills, creative problem solving, adaptability, lifelong learning. And this is how we can keep our identity small. Instead of focusing solely on what your job is and identifying as such, you need to move beyond that. That's not what makes us human. So we know that AI is at work now, not displacing, but augmenting. That being, we find that as the latest reports show us, AI literacy is essential, but it's automating what we do instead of replacing what we do. Therefore, whether you're a centaur or a cyborg, you should think about your future in a new way of future-proofing yourself, because everyone agrees on what future skills will be. They are those things that make us quintessentially human: analytical thinking, communication, empathy, problem solving, these power skills. So for more, you can reach out to me directly or connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to share all of our research, and have a great gathering.
Hello and welcome to GatherVerse Summit 2025, day 2. And what an amazing day so far. We've had so many fantastic roundtables, much fantastic conversations, and a lot going on for today. But in this roundtable and our amazing panelists that we have here today, we're going to be talking about the role of emerging technologies in strengthening global peace and collaboration. So before we get into this, if I could ask everyone to mute their microphones just so that we don't have disturbance when people are speaking. And then obviously I will call you out, obviously when to speak and etc. so that we can keep amazing conversations going on throughout the panel. So what we're going to do quickly is we're going to do a 30-second introduction from each of yourselves. And then once we've done the introduction, then we will get it straight into the questions. And by the way, good to see you again, Jared. But we'll start with Lawrence, then we'll go to Jared, Stephen, and then Deshaun. So Lawrence, over to you.
Of course. Well, my name is Lawrence Harris. I'm a 19-year-old youth empowerment speaker, and my primary focus is on helping teens and young adults to improve their mindset. And one of the things that drew me to this summit is my understanding of technology and the impact that it's having on the world. Because it's quite easy for us to see many things, such as this division between men, women, different groups of people, and it's being blasted on social media. So that's kind of my expertise, and I look forward to meeting the rest of you as well.
Thank you very much for joining us, Lawrence, and great to have you with us. If you can just mute your microphone, please, if you do come in, make sure that your microphone is muted so that we can have no disturbance whilst other people are speaking. Is it Obgon? That's it. Yeah, thank you. Where was we going to go to next? Sorry, Jared, yes, over to you, then Stephen, Deshaun, and then Obon. So, Jared, over to you.
Hey, thank you all for having me today. Nice to connect with everyone. My name is Jared Arms. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, the founder and CEO of a company called Kyler.io Coin, which is a blockchain platform focusing on teaching youth Web3 education and things like that. Also, I run another website called crypto.com, as you all can see the domain, which is crypto.com in Japanese. So just trying to expand in that different marketing and things like that. And just interested in joining you all to see what I could learn and possibly share my expertise as well.
Thank you for joining us, Jared. Deshaun, welcome as well. I believe it's your first time, so please introduce yourself.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Deshaun J.M. Mochia. I come from Kenya, Nairobi, and I'm the founder of Apishi Technologies. We use data and technology to enhance experiences. So thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. And Stephen, welcome, and it's good to have you with us as well. Please introduce yourself.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Stephen Mwasia from Nairobi, Kenya, in Africa continent, and I play a major role in technology in terms of helping organizations stay safe in terms of cyber security and ensuring that the organization remain compliant. So generally, I'm doing cybersecurity consultancy.
Amazing. Thank you very much for joining us, Stephen. And I'm sorry, I cannot say your name. Please help me. Upgon. Is it Upgon? Upgon? Please tell me.
Yeah, that's Obon. So you can say OBF for short.
OBF. Okay, amazing. Thank you.
OBF. My mentor is here, Prof. William Jackson. He calls me OBF. And so I'm the head of AI at Innovations Labs. And we are in the business of democratizing access to AI from the inner city communities of Africa to other clients in different parts of the world. So we are like that, all kinds of AI tools out there. How do we use it for good? So we are into the business of responsible and productive use of generative AI.
Thank you for joining us, OBF. Awesome. And last but not least, and we were on the previous panel together, but we'll give you a special introduction. Welcome, William.
Thank you. Hey, let me tell you, it is such an honor to be here among you awesome young men. You just don't know how much this warms my heart that y'all are doing so many amazing things around the world, and our young people are watching y'all and checking y'all out and following y'all. So keep up the good job. God bless. I'm glad I'm here.
Thank you for joining us, William. And do you want to just quickly, in like a 30-second introduction, like what do you do, William?
Well, I am a retired teacher, but I am the CEO of Metaverse WP and My Quest to Teach. We provide metaverse sites for the disabled and accessibility for conferences and workshops.
Thank you for joining us, William. And I think Josephus is having issues. He's 1 minute here, the next minute he's not. So he seems to be going very slow right now. Josephus, is that how you say your name? Do you want to quickly introduce yourself if you're able to? Are you there, Josephus? Nope. Okay. All right. Let's get straight into the questions. So we have a lot of questions to cover in today's roundtable. So the first one is, how are new developments improving international cooperation, right? Which is the topic, by the way, is the role of emerging technologies is strengthening global peace and collaboration. So how are new developments improving international cooperation? And Jared, we'll go over to you. Let's kickstart this off.
So I would say it's improving it quite significantly. Of course, you got the negative sides of it, but as far as on the positive side, I think it's doing quite great. Looking at how a lot of these companies are being able to cut the development costs. Of course, that may be not the best thing when we're looking at employment and things like that, but just being able to recycle those resources in different areas, so they may not necessarily put the funders in this project, but they'll be able to still fund other things. On the international side, though, just based off some of the projects that we like looking at and working on, got the big companies, Microsoft, IBM's, of course, DeepSeek and things like that. So it's really based off exactly like what technology sector, but I guess honing in with like the AI, blockchain and things like that definitely is great. It's giving people more ownership control, more power. But I would really say just being able to cut the costs by having these technologies replace some of the manual work that probably was taking place. That probably ain't the best response, but that's the biggest thing. I can see how these companies saying this really being of value by being able to save money and not just cutting jobs, but also allowing people to be free to do what they probably was destined to do. Going back to Walt Disney when he started and lost his, I think it was something O'Gram or something like that. I forgot the name of his first cartoon company, but some of those cartoonists eventually was some of like the top animators for like Looney Tunes and things like that throughout the future. But at the current moment, without him having funding, they probably was like, oh man, my career is over with. So sometimes it may be a good thing, but I would definitely say with cutting costs and stuff like that, also being able to save time, that's a big asset for all of us as well.
By the way, I completely agree with you when it comes to AI and blockchain technology. It definitely, I think the collaboration when it comes to those two technologies in particular, and even other technologies too, like XR, VR, etc. as well. But when it comes to those two particular technologies in particular, when it comes to, for example, the EU coming together, I mean, we had the French Action Summit, the AI Action Summit, which brought all the people in Europe together. I mean, we have, for example, Mika, again, which brings all the people together in terms of the crypto side of things. So I definitely think when you're talking about global collaboration, definitely the blockchain and AI is bringing people together for sure.
Let me add one extra thing while you mentioned it, because I'm trying to be general on my responses. But even with I think Filecoin and IPFS and ISS, they actually was able to do like a data transfer in orbit. So that's cool, just looking at the planetarium effects as well versus just global impacts that we could say these Web3 and Web4 technologies are starting to bring.
Yeah, no, definitely. I completely agree with Jared. And it's like we're preaching to the choir right now when it comes to that side of things. And William, when it comes to the metaverse side of things and everything like that too, please share us your thoughts when it comes to, improving international cooperation.
Well, I think one of the key things is you're looking at it right now, using these various types of technologies for all of us to come together initially to talk and meet and plan and collaborate. These gentlemen, I've worked with a couple of them already in 2024 and looking forward to 2025 and 2026 and beyond, where not just me, but others that have this synergy together. We can share ideas, we can collaborate, we can create generational change, particularly using technology in finances and education and e-commerce and all the other aspects of technology that's available now. So instead of young people just looking at athletes, which is okay, but you're looking at entrepreneurs here and business owners and thought leaders and intellectuals that without technology, we might not have been able to meet, and providing AI in the metaverse that only allows us to accentuate, our brands and market what we're doing to the world is phenomenal. So this is great.
No, I completely agree with you 110% there. I think everything about technology is amazing. Yes, it does have its faults. Like on the last panel, William was talking about the sustainability side of things, but overall, I mean, there's a lot of benefits to metaverse, blockchain technology, AI, VR, XR, numerous other technologies, IPFS, right? I mean, we could even go to Pinata if we want to. But there's so many positive things when it comes to technology and bringing people together. And I really do believe that, as technology continues to advance, it's going to continue to bring people together, including like when it's talking about AI experiences, like, when you have your own sort of individual AI experience and how AI is going to have like individual experiences, it's also going to have overall community experiences too, which can bring people together on that side of things. So going into the next question now, which is, what role does Joseph, could you mute your microphone, please? We can just hear you typing and stuff. Thank you. Which brings me to the next question, which is, what role does technology play in strengthening communication between regions? So we'll bring OBF into this, and then we'll go to Lawrence after. So what are your thoughts on this specific question, OBF?
All right, thank you. So in strengthening communication between regions, the emerging technology has brought in the concept of interoperability. In the metaverse, the walls has been broken and the divide is no more. So people from different races, like myself from the African rainforest, could always interact with William Jackson, my mentor from Jacksonville in Florida. And so that is what has happened. So that communication, that divide, right from after the COVID, that divide has been broken. And I could call that the walls, right? So on my LinkedIn, I have so many big profile individuals. I serve at iMarsons, a digital infrastructure professionals organization in the US as a data analyst. And I talk with all these kind of big folks from NASA, from Microsoft data centers and all of that. So emerging technologies like AI, the metaverse, and blockchain has broken the walls and made communication seamless and give us access to persons from all kinds of places, different part of the world.
No, for sure. I completely agree with you, OBF. And I mean, even if we just use an example of the metaverse, right? Let's just kind of go with an example that we all know. When it comes to everyone being able to, jump in the metaverse together and having your own avatar and be able to communicate and be able to do different emotes and stuff like that, and be able to walk around with each other and be able to talk and text and like there's so many different things that you can do within the metaverse that when it brings people together, when it comes to sort of the communication side of things and breaking the regions down, like the metaverse from that point of view allows us to do that. And as the real world integrates more with the virtual world, or vice versa, the virtual world integrated with the real world, we're going to have that even closer interaction and breaking those regions down even more. And I don't know what's going on because we keep moving around. So now, Lawrence, let's bring you into this. What are your thoughts on this too?
Yes. So regarding the role that technology has been playing in strengthening the communication between regions, one of the big things I'd like to mention is how it's allowed business to be conducted through over vast distances. Previously, if you wanted to have a service such as a website built, a crypto blockchain, or any service of any kind, you had to personally know that person in your location.
Right.
And I live in Pennsylvania, so America. And the web development team that I hired to build my website lived in India. For them to custom build a website, so not from a template, it was coded, everything on there was custom built. If I hired somebody in America to make it exactly how I wanted it to be, I was looking at $15,000. But they were willing, well, not just that they were willing to do it for $400, but that's the price that they offered, because the currency difference makes $400 American dollars worth 3 months' salary in India. Now that you're able to conduct business from so far away, this opens up things such as virtual conferences for public speakers. With AI, the communication there is typically, if I wanted to contact an organization, I need to find the name of it. I need to go to their website, find the contact information of the person I need to get in contact with, and do that for every place I want to contact. That's a very slow, boring, and tedious process. So, thanks to AI, I was able to find one that it has a database of over 400 million associations, 300 podcasts, and 12 million conferences all throughout the world. I then was able to filter it down to America, and it's just a gigantic list of every association, what their biography is. It custom writes my emails for me, and all I have to do is read it over to make sure it's correct and hit send. So it's not only improved our ability to communicate for business purposes, it's improved our ability to communicate with friends who live in different countries, different states, or even a different city. It's also improved our ability to communicate our value as a business owner. Because if you have a very complex business like AI blockchains, not everybody knows what that is. But if you describe it to ChatGPT and tell it, explain this in terms that the average 20-year-old can understand. Just like that, you've simplified your entire business and can explain it to people who don't know the technical language of an AI blockchain.
Right. So using AI to be able to simplify the communication between regions is actual very interesting use case in how you can do that. And also AI.
I also want to add in there that although this isn't a super recent emerging technology, we can just look at the internet as a perfect example. Thanks to the internet, we've connected people in Africa, Asia, America, South America, India, all over the world. And we're all on a call speaking to each other as if you were across the table from me.
Yeah,
Before,
I agree.
Just 30 years ago, that wasn't possible.
Sure. No, I mean, thank you for sharing that, Lawrence. And I do agree with you in every aspect there. I mean, like how you're saying, we're here right now on GatherVerse, speaking to each other, communicating with each other right now. And that's how technology is bringing us closer together. And like when it comes to conflicts in particular, how has technology helped to mediate different conflicts? Which is a very interesting thought. So we'll bring Stephen into this one, and I would also like to bring in Dishon on this one. So Stephen, what are your thoughts on this particular topic?
Well, I would say technology has been a key has played a key role in terms of helping in mediating of conflicts. For example, if you look at social media platforms, have been very instrumental when we talk of peace resolutions in terms of peace building efforts. I know everyone remembers the issue to do with Palestine. People were able to do that digital activism, playing a crucial role in ensuring that not everything gets messed up over there. And also when you look at the emerging side of things in terms of, blockchain technology, you know, there are various exploits into which people have tried to use, you know, blockchain technology to, you know, create, you know, transparent land registries to just solve disputes to do with land. And it's really becoming a big thing in terms of adoption of the blockchain technology in our country, Kenya, because we're talking about how best we can build that you know, transparent platforms, building the blockchain technology in order to be able to create registries that are not tampered with, and that will be able to help in terms of solving minor disputes to do with property ownership. So I would say technology plays a very big role in terms of you know, helping in conflict resolution.
No, I do agree with you, Stephen. And you know, when it comes to real world assets, and when it comes to when, you know, we're talking about assets of like gold and property and everything like that, like absolutely, it helps with the conflicts, and you know who owns it, you know who it's been transferred to. You can see all those records, you can see all the data. It can't be tampered with. It's not on a centralized system, which, you know, can be removed or taken away, etc. So I completely agree with you, Stephen, in terms of that aspect. And Deshaun, what are your thoughts on how has technology helped to mediate conflicts?
First, I'd like to go back to the second question. What role does technology play in strengthening communication? I think we can all agree that this technology that has emerged has broken barriers in all different types of forms, both physical and others. For example, in languages, I work a lot with multilingual clients, French, especially here in Africa, here in Nairobi. So the French-speaking African, the Amharic, the Arabic, they usually have translators and interpreters situated in the room when they're discussing certain conferences. So having AI-powered translation equipment or just softwares that are used that can be used for these people to engage and converse without so much back equipment being used is actually a powerful thing, and it can help strengthen communication between regions, especially in such a continent in Africa. On the examples where technology has helped mediate conflict, I like to iterate my colleague. Social platforms has really helped in this day and age to shine a light on conflict. And conflict, usually a problem, have the saying that goes, when the problem is, when you actually want to solve a problem, you start by mentioning it. So in conflicts such as in Congo or even in Gaza or Ukraine, the fact that people are able to identify that things are happening around the world, put a voice to that conflict, and also helped mediate the conflict. Yeah.
That's an interesting point of view. And also, like, kind of go back to question 2, which you're saying about the communication side of things. I mean, communications help stop conflicts, right? And helps mediate conflicts. So even just simple communication and using AI to translate it, like how you're saying, actually that mediates conflicts as well, like on its own. So I mean, that was a good point what you really brought up there, Dishon, and I kind of caught on to that too. As soon as you brought that point up, I was like, that's fantastic point of view. So and I agree with everything else you said as well, Dishon, when it comes to that. And William, we will come back to you. It's just that I've got to keep moving through the questions because we do have limited time. So I will come back and circle around to you after. In this question, though, is how do emerging technologies, help encourage open dialogue across cultures? I mean, this kind of it all interlinks, right? But so, William, this is your golden moment. So please join us.
Well, I tell you straight off, I would never have had the honor to meet any of these gentlemen here at all if it wasn't for technology, if it wasn't for LinkedIn, if it wasn't for the metaverse and AI. And somehow, some way, all of our paths have crossed. And I've learned so much from them about connecting with each other, learning from each other, but then importantly, supporting each other as well, because we all have similar goals, but our communities may be a little bit different, but we have so much in common that it is imperative for us to help each other and stay connected so that we know what's going on with each other culturally, environmentally. So, my brother in Nigeria says, hey, William, I need help and ideas. I'm able to do it. If my brother in Uganda was like, hey, William, I need some support doing something with a workshop or something, we're there to support each other and help each other. So that communicative part is very important and very key. Thank you.
No, I completely agree. Yeah, Deshaun, please join us. Yeah.
On the emerging tools encouraging open dialogue across cultures, there's a specific game I've played called Assassin's Creed. It usually focuses on different. It focuses on different cultures or different time periods, from Italy to USA to the Americas, I think. So the one I played was Assassin's Creed Origins, focusing on Egypt. There's a mode where you can just go on an adventure without playing the storyline and just see the pyramids of Gaza. And I think Alexandra's something. Just you go a tour through Egypt without playing the actual game. So you learn about Egypt without actually going to Egypt. So it's a very powerful thing.
No, and also like when it comes to emerging technologies and how it encourages open dialogue across cultures. I mean, that is important, right? Because like, for example, I live in the UK, right? But for example, the American culture is completely different to the UK culture, right? Like, for example, the UK tends to be how would I put this in very nice terms? A lot more polite, right? Very nice. And there's certain words that we tend to say a certain way, and then Americans say words a different way. And then you're like, what is that word? Like, for example, crisps is like chips for you guys or something like that. I can't even remember. But anyway, the point is being able to learn these different words or saying or phrases or experiencing different cultures from different cities and backgrounds. Emerging technologies allow it to have that. And I'm going to go to the metaverse on that side of things too, because the fact that I can go to a different city and be in that city and without even having to travel there and still get that experience being in that city in a virtual world, that is amazing. And then combine that with AI, and then AI, representing that culture as well, is a great new way or found way in which we can do that. So, but yeah. And Jared, actually, let's bring you into this, Jared. What is your thoughts on this, actually? Because I can see you focusing. So please tell me, like, what are your thoughts, actually?
No, I was deep in listening to everybody, but two things that I'm thinking real quick. One, with this platform that we're doing, we're trying to expand and build this bridge with Asia. A lot of these companies, I'm not sure if they're currently in 2025, but I know the last few years, Google, Facebook, Instagram, a lot of these big companies was blocked in countries throughout Asia. So we have a lot of people starting to use our token, not just in Asia and a lot of countries, but specifically throughout Asia, like the first month we launched. So trying to build this bridge in this community where I can help people connect with an additional potential 175 plus million customers, students for their programs and things like that. So being able to, like the .com in Japan, they haven't had their moment yet when they're talking about it like natively. So like the McDonald's in Japanese, McDonald's.com to JPMorgan.com to blockchain.com to this to that. It's a lot of people that's starting to reach out to us. And we just communicate with them. So that's been like a cool thing. Like one thing too is like the power of ownership though. I can get deep. Y'all know how I can get to talking. So that's one thing I can say. Like we building this bridge where we connecting hundreds of millions of people, like just day one people, 1,000 people here and there. A lot of people are starting to come on Twitter now, just writing us in all different languages throughout Asia and just taking the time to use AI to reply back to people. Some people talking about suicide, want to know what's our favorite color, but it's moving from just people using our product or platform to more so want to get connected to us as like an emotional attachment or something like that. So that's been really cool because language has been like something that has scared me because I didn't have mine snatched from my family. So now I'm kind of just jumping into a different language. The second thing, technologies and carried over cultures. Man, I had an organization reach out to me in Fiji one time. It was a church actually. And there was this community of people who was practicing cannibalism real hard. So they wanted to invite me out there to talk to the preschoolers and try to redefine their mentalities in whatever way that technology probably could help. And at the time, I didn't have partnerships with like law enforcement and stuff like that. So I'm like, nah, I'm cool on that. I could do something digital. But even that, you know, they was like, you know, this can be a complete game changer, not just decreasing gun violence, drug activity, empowerment, unemployment, but cannibalism. It's stuff that's not on my radar to be trying to tackle with technology, and then bringing them more to a more lightning, a smaller one. I had a meeting the other day with one of the a C-suite member from IBM, just talking to him about this project, and it's like some funding that I'm trying to raise that some of these corporations in America have never like invested into like a Black-owned tech company in the way I'm trying to hit it. And I know the origins of where they got their initial funding from years ago and things like that, which wasn't nothing innovative like that. So that's a big challenge too. You know, it's a lot of innovative things like, oh, let's learn about this and learn about that. But if we really, like they say, you got to go backward to move forward like a slingshot. So when we're talking about information, we can actually go in these hidden temples or pyramids throughout Africa, India, China, and find instructions about brain surgery, heart surgery, all type of stuff. 360 degrees of science and books, which was tens of thousands of books of science of math that got burned from Cleopatra Library. It's so much stuff that we already created. It's just the knowledge been took from us. So I think like trying to like versus like keep trying to move forward and see what's next. It's like, let's take some time, be still, and research, because we would be surprised, you know, people trying to decode the flower of life cycle and things like that. We ain't really been down here too long, couple hundred millions of years to say like we got it all figured out right now.
No, I mean, when it comes to kind of going back to the question, you know, how does technology help encourage open dialogue across cultures? I mean, yeah, like there's so many ways in which it does and benefits, and I completely agree with everything that you're saying there, Jared. In terms, and to be honest, there was a lot there as well, which you said and shared. So thank you very much for that, and I do appreciate that. But yeah, no, in terms of when it comes to emerging technologies, absolutely, it's crucial to bring us together.
I gotta jump on this next question first too, because I gotta talk for the streets.
Well, I'll bring it around to you in a second, Jared, because you had a lot of time to talk, and then I'll come back to you. But I just want to bring some other people in.
I didn't ask to answer that. I was enjoying listening, but I want to speak for the kids that's locked up right now in this next question, because it's something I'm really doing with the streets.
Sure, like I said, I'll come back around to you. Just let me bring in other people, and then I'll come back to you. So we'll go around to William, then we'll go to Lawrence, and then we'll come back to you, Jared, right?
Okay.
All right, William, over to you.
All right, so one of the key things that we're hearing is how everyone here is influencing their local or national community. And I think we need not miss out on that, because the way technology unfortunately has us disconnected in some ways, because we're looking at the technology and I think it's more or less being self-centered in what it can do for us personally, as opposed to what we can do collectively and in our communities. And as we're listening to the dialogue and connecting, we're seeing, well, this group needs assistance. This group needs help. You know, this group is reaching out, like my young brother was saying, from different areas of the world that want to connect with him, to have him come in and talk to another culture or talk to them about another society, about what's going on and how they can improve themselves. And just for an example, I've had a couple of communities in Africa reach out to me that want me to be their chief or their associate chief or whatever the term is of their village and their tribe, to advise them on technology. But we would have never had these opportunities before without AI and metaverse and telecommunications and social media. So it's key that we still have these conversations, but we look at the responsibility beyond just us and how we can influence the young brothers and sisters that are still trying to figure out, I have an Instagram account, I have a Facebook account, I have a Twitter account, I have whatever, TikTok. What can I do beyond myself to communicate positive information with the world, but also at the same time, grow myself into a positive influencer locally, nationally, and internationally, and that's important. Thank you.
Yeah, no, honestly, I agree with that so much. And Lawrence, what are your thoughts on William that just William shared right there?
Yes. So when you brought up the mention of social media platforms and then combining that back to peace efforts, we have to a great example I can think of off the top of my head is when we're thinking of things such as things going on with the cobalt mines in Kenya and issues in Gaza and Ukraine and all these places. I've been noticing often that the people who are going through this have, I'm trying to remember the name for it, GoFundMe pages, where people are donating money so that they can get medical care or buy food because they're in a situation where they can't go to work because their place of work has been physically demolished. So by using technology, we can help them to not only get a sense of peace in having food, which is just a basic life necessity there, but also being able to come together and raise awareness about things such as police brutality or issues around the world that I would have never known about. Living in America, if we didn't have the internet, I would have no clue about what goes on in the mines in Africa. I would have no clue about what goes on in Gaza because I don't live there. But when we're using social media as a positive tool, we're able to call out these injustices throughout the world and support the people who are going through hardships. And the last point I'm going to close out on when it comes to bringing together peace, a great idea I have when it comes to using technology for that is we're able to use things such as generative AI to truly put into perspective the long-term damage that things will have. Now, although I'm not very well versed in issues such as climate, we can look at the fact that in Pennsylvania, where I live, it was 57 degrees on Christmas Day. That's not supposed to happen.
Jesus.
57 degrees in December in the Northern Hemisphere.
Jesus.
And then it is now February. It's supposed to be 40 degrees. It's 57 again.
Oh, wow.
It's February 1st. It was 12 degrees. February 26th, 57.
Oh my God, that's
So,
crazy.
Now, if we can apply AI to this, it can use all the data out there, all the information that the human mind doesn't know. And you can just ask it, well, at the current rate that we use electricity, how long will it take until our water supply runs out? Because the way AI centers work is they need to cool off those computers. So with your laptop or your desktop computer, you notice how it'll start making that loud fan buzzing sound to cool itself?
Yeah.
Imagine that, but the computer is the size of a skyscraper, and it's using water to cool it. The data center for Google often use more water than a town.
Yeah, I tell you what, when it comes to that side of things, like when it comes to water, absolutely, that's such a huge challenge. Because if you're taking it all away from the humans, right? You know, we need to drink every day. How can we drink every day if we can't, get the water that we need? So I completely agree with you. And
yeah, I'm going to close it out with.
Sorry, yeah, please do.
With this last little line here,
sure.
Because the point about the water too, it ties into food insecurity as well. Because with those computers getting so hot, we're going to be building more of them, and by themselves right now, the heat from them won't cause much of an issue worldwide. But in your town, it will. And then that heat over time, placing these in rural areas will cause issues with the crops. The crops then lead to food shortages. So as a result of overuse of technology, it can cause issues with damaging the environment because of water shortages, which then causes food insecurities. But at the same time, we can use it as a positive tool to help people in faraway places, thanks to things like the internet, social media, and GoFundMe pages. So it's a really
there's a lot of
double-edged
challenges
sword.
there. Yeah, and by the way, we are starting to run out of time, so I'll quickly add my part. I'll let Jared speak, and then we're going to go on to the next question. My part, I would say, is very simple as well. Is sometimes just simple things like misunderstandings and misinterpretations, right? Like when it comes to different languages, etc., culture, it can very simply be a misunderstanding or misinterpretation when it comes to the P-serverless, and then it could cause issues and that side of things. So Jared, you're gonna have to be very quick because we are running out of time. So if you can literally get straight to the point, and then we'll go into the next question after.
No, go to the next question.
You sure? Okay. So the next question is, how can governments and industry leaders work together in these efforts? So Stephen, we'll bring you into this, and then OBF as well. So Stephen, do you want to kick us off on this question?
So from my end and from our continent, what we're doing mostly for these efforts is to have the public-private partnerships. And we believe this will help us in terms of, leveraging our emerging technologies on peace building initiatives. And also we want to, push funding of digital, literacy initiatives. And I love what our senior is doing within the metaverse space in terms of just having those digital, aspects of training people on what technology is. And we also, I know the European side of things, there's an aspect of, building up AI frameworks and being able to govern AI, because any technology has its positive and side effects. We're also trying to work from this end of the continent in terms of ensuring that we have a type of framework that guides people now to use these technologies responsibly.
Yeah, and also just to kind of add to what you're saying, when it comes to the public and private sector, with people collaborating and coming together, you're finding a lot more that when it comes to AI and or actually really specifically AI is actually really pushing that. And I know the blockchain side thing has done that, but I mean, like the biggest collaboration I'm seeing is when it comes to the AI side of things. I don't know if that's what you're experiencing and seeing as well, Stephen, quickly, but. And then we go to you next, OBF. Stephen, just what are your thoughts on that quickly? And then we'll go to OBF after.
In terms of the partnerships?
Yeah, so like when it comes to the public and the private sector and them coming together for AI, are you seeing that as well in terms of like from your own personal experience?
Yes. It's happening because most governments in Africa now are looking at having, their AI strategic, plans for the next 5 to 10 years. And this one will only come through when we incorporate the private sectors, innovators, and everyone around, that sector to just ensure that everything runs smoothly. Because one thing, for you to regulate an emerging technology, you must involve all stakeholders. So there's no shortcut with that in terms of having a whole public-private partnerships as well to ensure that you don't over-regulate and at the same time you allow innovation as well. Because I'm a firm believer of, regulation should not stifle innovation, but they should come into, what we call same table top in terms of agreements between both the private innovators and also people who are trying to build something from the emerging technology. So it's just trying to find that balance between the regulation and innovation as well.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And OBF, what are your thoughts as well?
Yeah, so talking about how the government and industry leaders could come in, I'm going to use a real life example from the OpenAI. In the early days of ChatGPT, you could see that ChatGPT was able to generate all kinds of content, abusive, all kinds of harmful content. And then OpenAI came up with this team that we are able to put guardrails on the tool So that was a very great intervention by the stakeholders of ChatGPT, right? Because in those days, you could ask ChatGPT something like, hey, can you tell me how to create a bomb or so? And then when we discovered that it wouldn't do that, some people use this hexadecimal and then convert it, all kinds of manipulations. So when the ChatGPT produces the answer in hexadecimal, people take it back to some other tool that converts it to the English language, the human language, to understand. So the team which OpenAI came up with were able to address this aggressively. So that was a great example. So putting guardrails to this tool is going to help to attain a global peace and actually use it for good. Also, I'm opportune to contribute to an ongoing book with IGI Global called Encyclopedia of Modern Artificial Intelligence, and I'm contributing a chapter that says guiding using AI to prevent memory loss. So there's a postulation that says that in the years to come, the average human memory is going to be depleted due to over dependence on the machine. Students and career persons depend on generative AI to be able to come up with solutions and the assignment and coursework and career task. But in my own presentation, I was able to give guidelines on how we can engage the AI aggressively and decisively such that instead of depleting your memory capacity, it's going to boost it. So imagine a student who goes into the chat GPT and begins to learn maybe the gases law in physics and then stay there. So I compare that to a traditional library. I compare that to the traditional search engine like Chrome and Google and all of them. And I was able to point out that if the AI is engaged aggressively and decisively, it could aid millenniation. It could aid assimilation rather than searching in between interrelated website on a traditional search engine, which when that is obtained, it could help to improve the human memory. So at the end of the day, I did a call to action, a call to action to the government, to industry leaders to be able to protect and use this as guardrails to the use of AI for students and career persons. So these are some of the ways I have been involved and seen practically that government and industry leaders could come in such that the emerging technologies is gonna made for advantage, not for bad.
And I'll add one thing as well to the ChatGPT side of things. When it comes to how can governments and industry leaders work together in these efforts, one thing we're seeing right now, and we've all seen it, and we've all seen it on the news, which is was it the Stargate? America, put America first, and everything that Donald Trump is doing. OpenAI are collaborating with Donald Trump and Donald Trump's administration. And also now we're seeing another 500 billion invested as well when it comes to Apple, and they're putting 500 billion also into the US. Again, this is a collaboration of government and industry leaders coming together in creating and pushing efforts for AI. So I just kind of want to use that as an example because we are seeing that on a big scale as well, and we've all seen it in the news. So I thought that was a quick example. I will get around to you, Dishan. We've got to jump on to the next question because, like I said, we've run out of time and we have very limited amount of time where we can cover all the questions. So my next question is, what steps can be taken to make these technologies more accessible? So Dishan, I will bring you into this and you can quickly cover whatever you was going to say before, and then you can go into this question, and then we'll bring in Jared as well into this question.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And that to mention about the collaboration of private and public partnerships. Let's not forget that although there are positives, there are also negatives. That when these two come together, some people are getting cancelled, jailed, abducted because of things that are saying that the government does not agree with. So although there are positives, there are also negatives to this collaboration.
Sure.
On the steps to be taken, these technologies to be more accessible, there's something called sensory substitution, where an individual who does not experience certain stimuli can use another stimuli or part of the body to experience something else. For example, if someone cannot see, they can use haptic suits which have actuators and are correlated to certain frequencies on the electromagnetic spectrum, and they can actually see to some extent and not actually use their eyes. So using that technology, that sensory substitution, it can be applied to a number of different senses to get an output of another sense.
And Jared, what are your thoughts as well? Because we've literally only got like 2 minutes, and I want to bring you in for the last point. Please share us your thoughts on this question.
Yeah, respectfully, can I pass it off to you, Brother Lawrence, to hear your respond on that?
Okay, so one of the things that I firstly thank you for that, because this is something that I often think of. A few of the ways that we can make technology more accessible, not only just mentioning helping people who are blind being able to potentially see, but also thinking more on other disabilities. For example, a lot of people have disabilities that you just cannot look at them and see, such as autism, ADHD, Tourette's, things of that sort. So we're able to find ways to innovate technology to make it more accessible for people who may have an amputation. Microsoft, previously, they have made disability controllers where, let's say your arm is amputated at the elbow, so you only have an elbow. They were able to create controllers that you can use your elbow to input controls with, which that is one method. Other things, such as for people who may be dyslexic, would obviously be text to speech on computers. So finding other ways that we can make technology more accessible for people, whether that's a physical disability, a mental disability, a issue with reading, or some people who there's information that's only written in one language. If I don't know how to read Korean, I don't know what it's saying. But Google Translate can tell me a close idea of what it's saying.
Or even ChatGPT. But anyway, on that note, thank you so much, Lawrence. Thank you, everyone, here on the panel. We've run out of time. We've gone over by a couple minutes, but thank you for everyone for joining us. And make sure you follow everyone here on the panel on LinkedIn. They're all exceptional people in their fields and what they do. So please do give them a follow. And thank you all for joining us. And that is me done and the panel done. So I will see you guys in a while. Goodbye.
I'm Charlotte Kemp, a professional futurist and executive leadership coach, and I'd like to share with you today 2 trends that I believe are the meta trends, the trends behind everything else that we're seeing. And the more we understand those 2 trends, the more we understand everything happening in our world today and in the future. I've had a look at the values that define GatherVerse. We're looking at humanity first, community development, accessibility, safety and privacy, education, wellness, equality, and ethics. And these values are the reason that we're all here together sharing this particular event. But those values don't translate the same to every other community around the world. And that is because of the 2 trends that lie behind everything that we see. The first trend is the tension between scarcity and abundance. And the second trend is that continuum from binary onto fluid. Let me give you a demonstration of what this looks like. So we have these 2 trends on the continuum, and when you intersect them, you come up with a lovely 2x2 diagram. And each of those 4 quadrants have their own characteristics and style. What we're going to do is look at one of GatherVerse's values, and that of humanity first, and see what it looks like when we consider the concept of artificial intelligence. AI by itself is neither good nor bad, but it depends entirely on the context and our perspective and where we are on those trends, how we see that playing out. So let's have a look. If we're up in the binary scarcity quadrant, then we feel AI is a threat. It's going to take jobs away. It's going to make our lives a lot more difficult. We could also see this under scarcity fluid, saying, we understand that artificial intelligence will create new opportunities, but there's so much danger and concern and so many unknowns. We could look at how many opportunities we now have because of artificial intelligence, but still say it's either good or bad. It's a very binary concept. Or we could live in the space of everflow, where we're seeing the abundance of opportunities and we're seeing such a fluid response to our identity, to the work that we do, to what is now possible because of AI. Let's look at another example, and that of equality, another one of GatherVerse's values. There really are places in the world where people are not given the opportunities that they deserve because it is a binary scarcity mindset in that part of the world or in that industry or with those people. So that there we see people who are acceptable or not acceptable, can be employed or cannot be employed, are a benefit or potentially a threat to people. And there's a scarcity of opportunities in the world from that perspective, from that mindset, which means that those people cannot be inclusive of other people. They cannot find ways to include people who are not like themselves because they have to protect themselves first. We can see this also playing out in the fluid but scarcity space, where we recognize that identity and expression and how we live our lives are very fluid. They're not nice and neatly defined by any categories, but there is still scarcity of opportunities, or there is still a potential threat. So those opportunities are limited. Up in the binary abundance space, we're seeing lots of opportunities, but they're still being preserved for, restricted to the right kind of people, the people that we don't need to make an effort to understand because they're different from us. Again, you're going to find those mindsets around the world. And you may find yourself and the work you do in conflict with some people because perhaps you are in this abundance, fluid, ever flow space where you see that people express themselves in their lives in so many different ways, and that there really are an abundance of opportunities, an abundance of mindsets, abundance of ways of expressing our lives. That's a wonderful space to be, and I believe that that is what is at the heart of GatherVerse. So now that we realize that there are these different trends that lie beneath everything else that we're seeing and that allow them to be expressed in different ways, what do we do with that information? My first recommendation is to get very clear on your values. Know what you believe in and know how to understand somebody else's values so that you can decide whether or not to work with them. You want to embrace agility. You want to be viewing the world in a way that allows you to respond appropriately to opportunities instead of being restricted by a previous kind of mindset. And lastly, you want to stay in dialogue. We need to be talking with each other to understand people around the world, understand people in different circumstances, understand people who are not necessarily like us. The more we are in dialogue, the more we understand the world that we're in, and the more we can express the future the way we believe it should be. The more we understand the future, the better we can develop our thinking that is fit for the future.
Hello, my name is Mirjana Bobar. I'm a multimedia designer from Belgrade, Serbia, and my today's topic would be storytelling that bridges technology, creativity, and sustainability. In 2021, my journey into AI and immersive storytelling truly began. Storytelling has always been the heart of human connection. But today, with the rise of immersive technologies, we have a chance to tell stories that go beyond words. With a background in IT, design, videography, I've always been drawn to combine technology with creativity. But I wanted to go deeper than just blending these contrasts. I wanted to create something that allows people to feel and engage with. So I pursued my master's in visual communication. Also, around this time, AI started evolving rapidly and opening new creative and business possibilities. I was missing funds and also technical support to turn my ideas into reality. So I saw an opportunity in using AI not just as a tool but as a creative partner. So for my master's thesis project, I explored actually how AI can experience the Amazon rainforest through environmental data. I asked myself one simple but powerful question. Can something modern and artificial like AI experience something ancient and organic like Amazon rainforest? And can we turn raw environmental data into something that creates emotions and inspires action, something that people can feel? The concept I had in mind is interactive AI-powered installation. So idea was to have sensors placed in nature, collecting the data, environmental data about water pressure, and these raw data would be forwarded to AI algorithms which would create plant sounds and abstract visuals. Additionally, as an interactive part, I thought about having a spherical LED screen which would also be touch screen. This is where storytelling meets sustainability. By translating real environmental data into immersive experiences, we're not just visualizing nature, we're giving it a voice. This kind of approach can inspire people to engage with sustainability on a more personal level. The idea behind the project is simple. When people experience something as their reality on a personal level, then it becomes their priority. So I wanted to inspire action and raise environmental awareness using this possibility that AI provides for a content creation. But beyond this project, what excites me most is how AI is reshaping content creation. So content creation is moving from the screen into our reality, and it's not about entertainment only, it's about connecting. So if we use AI to deepen the connection of users with a design, with a new reality, if we inspire action or change, then we are not only designers or artists, technologists, content creators. We are architects of the future. Technology alone isn't enough. It's how we use it to create a meaning that truly matters. By blending creativity, technology, and sustainability, we can design experiences that don't just inform, but inspire real change.
Is it about business or is it about humanity? Is it only about unicorns and technology success, or is it about people? You see, I've been to so many different conferences around the world. I've spoken at so many different events around the world, facts, in person, virtual. Extraordinary technology conferences. And somewhere hidden on a different track in a different room, there was their micro feature on humanity. And I've been in whole entire rooms where it's just about empty, where there's more people on the round table than in the audience. And what so many people in technology just do not seem to understand and get, that if you don't have human centricity, wellness, and well-being, it doesn't matter what products that you innovate. It doesn't matter what products that you put out to the world. It will mean nothing because nobody will be there to consume. Many of you don't realize it now, for the ones that do not seem to care about human betterment at the innovative level, at the trust level and transparency. Many of you do not realize now that you're innovating for nothing. Take a moment to pause and look at the world around you. Just for a second. Look what's happening at the hyperscale level. In particular, now we're talking about artificial intelligence. These women and men here in Silicon Valley are moving so fast that they can't even keep up with their own selves. That they're so busy that they don't even have time for their own selves. And what makes you think that with what they're building, that they have time for you and your safety, security, privacy, wellness, well-being? We're not lying to you. I have nothing to show you and nothing to give but the truth. That there may come a time where we will not be allowed to express in such fashion as we've been able to do here at GatherVerse Summit 2025 Day 2. There may be a time where these words, these expressions, not just by me, by people from around the world, where these expressions may be too late, where you may be looking upon times such as this that we've shared together. It said, my goodness, what did we do? Could we have done more? There's too many people chasing after legacy. There's too many people chasing strictly after capital and revenue. I get it. Get paid. I'm not mad at it. I'm not. But if that's it, if that's all, that's a lonely mountain to sit on the top of a hill in a castle when everybody else is below. I know you hear me, GatherVerse.live, and I know you're listening. These expressions today were people that just gave a little bit of time that they'll never get back to take time to unlock and share with what's in their hearts and in their business agendas. And I know that so much of what is said by so many of these leaders, especially today when we unpack wellness, I know that's not the desirable Ferrari sitting in the driveway, but man, it's one of the best cars going when it comes to business. And I am just not going to, for 1 minute, reduce the potency and the capability of GatherVerse for the sake of appeasement of business as usual. It's not going to happen. So GatherVerse is strong, stronger than it's ever been. There's no lie about that. We see the numbers, we see the traffic, we see the people, we hear the voices. And I've always said, the success of GatherVerse is not predicated on how many people come and watch this event, but by how many voices that we've been able to unlock. GatherVerse is strong, and we're thankful for it. I'm spiritually grateful for it. That's also real. I'm thankful for all of you that continue to take the time. I'm thankful for you that raised the flag of GatherVerse and really have stayed with us over these years. It did not just give lip service. It said that you're with us, but really just show me that you're with us. Don't tell me. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for caring. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for really getting yourself out of the way. Thank you for removing ego, if you will, and saying, you know what? I'm going to pull up for GatherVerse because we actually care about our future generations. and our own selves. Because if not us, then who? This is real. And this comes from a very authentic place in a space, in a safe space. So I just want to say thank you for being part of GatherVerse Summit 2025 Day 2. We have Day 3 coming in tomorrow. We're all the way in. Tomorrow will be a special treat. There's a lot to be able to share. Shout out to all our different collaborators, our different partners. Shout out to all the speakers here for GatherVerse Summit this week. Shout out to the Superhero Engine. Shout out to all those that have just been part of this organization. Shout out to those that are still chopping wood with us in the late minutes and the late hours that are up before their heads hit the pillow. Thank you so much. It means so much. We do this for you. This isn't for everyone else, but for those that hear and those that care and the ones that even couldn't be here because they're in the trenches chopping wood in the forest. We do this for you. And we're going to hold you down even when you can't be here with us, because that's just how we roll with GatherVerse. We appreciate it. We approach this with humility and gracefulness, servant leadership, and respect. That's also real. So thank you for allowing me to be able to help lead, but I can't do this alone. Shout out to the GatherVerse team and the community. Thank you for all of you. Thank you for so many that have given us guidance and mentorship along the way. We're not looking to compete with any organization. This is GatherVerse. We bring everyone together. Organizations, leaders, and all of that. We have no point to prove to anyone. We just want to do what it is that we know is right to do. Humbly, with a servant's heart. We'll see you tomorrow at GatherVerse Summit Day 3. It's all the way up.
He's on a drug. Mothers, tell your children not to do what I have done. Spend your lives Well, there is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. And God, I know